for the Naoya Inoue versus TJ. Looks like Doherty. Looks like Doheny. I mean, it's been a lot of speculation on what his name actually is, man. But we are live, man. This is a big fight. Naoya Inoue is a two-time undisputed champion in two different weight classes. That is, four division weight champion in total. So I mean, pretty big, pretty important guy, I think, in the boxing scale. And what boxing is today. Shout out to Naoya Inoue for, I mean, it's Japan, so it is late over there, but it is early here in America, talking about 7 a.m. early. So we're going to definitely lock y'all in, tune y'all into this fight. Um, thank everybody for waking up with me, man. It's early, super early. So, this being this early, I know it's very hard for people to be up this time. So it's a pleasure to bring you guys this early morning fight, because Americans don't get a chance to get privy to Naoya Inoue as much as I think that we should be. We see him on the top of those lists. We see him on the top of those boxing lists as pound for pound and all of that. And a lot of people say, well, why is he here? Why is, I've never seen him fight. And the reason you never seen him fight, because he fights in Japan. That's where his primary, you know, you, you're going to always fight where you're home at, So that's where his primary thing is fighting in Japan. And I mean, this should be an interesting fight. This should definitely be an interesting fight because Naoya Inoue is a pound for pound guy. He is one of the top guys in the sport. He is, I'm guessing, top three, maybe. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys. And Naoya Inoue is in the ring right now. So he's a megastar over there, man. He is the guy. He is boxing over there. Now, don't get me wrong. You got Junto Nakatani, and you got the other Inoue. These are belt holders. These are guys that held down. Is doing relatively great in their respective situations. But I mean, we got the fight with you now. Here we go. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Jimmy Lennon Jr. is going to do the ring announcement for this fight. They just had a very good fight last fight, and I'm going to read off the bit of the score. It was Takai versus Higa, okay? Takai he won the fight on the scorecards. The judges scored it 115 to 112 for one judge, and the other two judges scored it 114 to 113. I mean, honestly, I felt like it was closer to a draw. So I do understand 114 to 113. That last round, I feel like Takei came out, battled through that, being knocked down late in the 11th round, came out fighting in that 12th and dominated that round, got a 10-8 round that round for me. There was a swing round. Some people say two swing rounds. So love to see it. Love to see it. Big fight here. Big fight. Please bear with me as I, change some background, do some little editing stuff to my background. I want to make sure that I got all of the right images up for you guys because in the event that I do have to go into the realm, I don't want you guys necessarily looking at uh, Redskin stuff, but shout out to the Washington Redskins, man, my hometown team, man, team I love very much. These are the two guys going to war right here behind me. You know, uh, Inoue is right here with all the belts. Just in case you never seen them before, this is the first time you're seeing them. And so I really expect this to be a pretty quick fight, knockout. I'm assuming because I mean with 27 KO, I mean 24 KOs out of 27 fights. I mean, what do you expect? You gotta expect a knockout, you know. So you know, hopefully we can get one of the guys tuned back in with me, man. You know, but if not, it's gonna be point B here with you guys all morning. You know, waking up early morning. So this is a fight in the 122 weight class division, and Naoya Inoue just been going through every opponent, but he was knocked down last fight. The last fight he was knocked down, got back up, and finished the fight like a true champion. So you got to have a lot of respect for somebody like a Naoya Inoue that is going to potentially go to war right here. Jimmy Lennon Jr. definitely giving a good ring announcement. And this is an undisputed battle right here. Undisputed battle. Live on Top Rank Boxer. Nayo, in a way, is a top ranked boxer. So you will see uh, Bob Erm, the Bob Erm stable. So, I mean, we expect to see a really good fight, though. And Doherty I'm not downplaying Doherty. I mean, we assuming that he gonna come out to fight. We're gonna assume that he gonna come out to battle. He is a heavy puncher, you know. But maybe Nayo in a way is just I think just too much in this situation. I personally think he's too much in this situation. You know. Nayo in a way, 31 years of age, 5'5", 122 pounds, two division weight undisputed champion, number 3 on pound for pound for ESPN. Won his first world title at the age of 20, and that was 11 years ago, April 6, 2014. And I mean, he is 24. I'm excuse me, he's 27-0 with 24 knockouts fighting out of Japan. I mean, this is the guy. He is the undisputed heavyweight champion at 122. He has all of the belts, the WBO, the WBA, the WBC, the IBF. He has all of them. So all of the sanctioning bodies is there. If you look at the ref, we can't show exactly on the fight, but if you look at the ref, you can see the ref having all of those sanctioning bodies on his shirt to signify. Okay, and you got CJ Doherty. He is 37 years of age. He is 26-4 with 20 knockouts. He weighed in at 121.5 pounds. He's the WBO number 2 junior featherweight contender, former IBF junior featherweight world champion. He is 4-0 in Japan and 3-0 versus Japanese fighters. So he has never lost in Japan, and he's fighting a guy that that's just that. Doheny. That's how you pronounce it, Doheny. I've been hearing all kinds of names about this guy, all kinds of different things, but Doheny is how you say it. And thank you guys for tuning in with me, man. Thank you guys, man. We getting into it, man. It looks like Ben Kovacs, if I'm saying that right, is going to be the guy in the ring with him, and this is 10th world title fight. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So round one, I mean, Naoya Inoue on that front foot. I mean, he's battling. I mean, right now, Doheny's right there, not doing much. Doheny's just trying to figure out a way to get in. And I don't know if he's going to be able to get in right now, but we'll see. Naoya Inoue in the black and silver trunks. Looks like some sparkles on it. Doheny is in his kind of native Irish colors, but they're white trunks with green and gold on the side. And so Doheny is doing a really good job of keeping distance. I mean, now at 37 years of age, you know, he's been in a lot of fights. You got to think about amateur careers and everything like that. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be sticking around fighting for too much longer. So he wants to make a good name for himself right here.
Yes, sir, for sure, for sure.
What up? What
What's
up, Big Thurman?
good?
How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing swell, man. I'm up, ready to score this fight here. And
Okay.
thank y'all for tuning in with us on this E-Rock, off the
Yeah.
E-Rock.
Yeah. It's early, man. It's early, man. And right now, this just been a pretty boring round, I think. Doheny goes downstairs and catches Inoue with a body shot. Inoue tries to return fire. I mean, it's a minute and 22 left in his first round. And right now, Inoue lands a really good one, too. I mean, Doheny is just backing up. I don't think Doheny lasts long in this fight, but I did want to feature the number 3 pound for pound guy. And there's another shot Inoue down to the body. Inoue just right face to face with him. He's not going anywhere. He's not backing up. And there's a you know straight away. Okay, Doheny lands a good jab right there. I mean, Doheny doesn't look scared, but he's definitely going to fight on that back foot and be very defensive in this fight because Inoue is a knockout guy, man. So right now Doheny, we see Doheny just backing up. Inoue lands a good body blow. And I mean, this first round, of course, is usually a test of filler round. So Inoue lands a really good jab, and Inoue is a orthodox fighter. Doheny is a southpaw fighter. Pretty crazy right here, man. Pretty crazy.
Okay, first round in the books. I mean, what you got for that first round?
That first round, I probably got Inoue. Really, really wasn't much of a comparison in that situation.
Yeah, okay.
I think Inoue wins the round. I mean, but it's not a lot of activity. You could do a swing round there, but I mean, given that Inoue's the champion, he won't be the guy.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I take your word on that. I'm just really getting into the fight, so I don't, I can't really say what I've seen 'cause I haven't seen nothing in all honesty. So I have to
Yeah,
take
it wasn't nothing that first round. It's just a
your
filler.
word
It's a
on
fill
that.
out round right there. I don't think Inoue really attacked heavy, and the Henny is he's kind of on that back foot for the whole fight. So, I mean, for the whole round. So I'm not sure what happens in this round. I mean, right now though, uh, they look like they squaring off in the middle of the ring pretty good.
Yeah, do any look like he got a nice bounce with him? Look, he got a nice little bounce, but he ain't doing nothing with that bounce though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, realistically. I mean, Inoue is going to dominate this fight more than likely, and he got a
Oh,
bounce with him, but Inoue is not looking to probably take him out in that first or second round. Man, uh, and I mean, Inoue's landing down at the body shot. I mean, not really. It's like I said, there's nothing really happening in these first rounds so far. I feel like Inoue is going to be on the attack consistently throughout the fight. Inoue lands a good shot right there. I mean, Inoue is on that front foot. Doheny's on the back foot, but I mean, it's just it's a. I think these first couple rounds are definitely going
oh
to be fun.
man,
Oh man,
with the good three
Inoue
P.
land. Yes,
Yes,
lands a
sir. That was a
very
great
good
three
shot.
P.
Yeah, that was a very good shot right
I
there.
mean, he set him up. He cut him off on the ring. Then he hit him with the overhand left, then to the body, and back to the left hand on top of him. That was a
Yeah,
good, excellent combination by Inoue.
yeah. I
Ooh,
mean that is a excellent combination. Yeah, excellent combination. I mean, like it was that was crazy.
yeah, excellent combination and ring awareness. Good ring awareness.
Great ring awareness, actually.
Yes, sir.
Great ring awareness.
I mean, the way Inoue box, man, looked like he might have been watching a couple Floyd tapes. The way he rolled them punches off him and duck them.
I
You know what I'm saying? Hey, they say the greats watch the greats now.
mean, for sure, for sure. Realistically, in a way, it's just moving forward, man. Just moving forward consistently. I mean, like Doheny is just he's fighting on that back foot, and you don't want to
Yeah,
get stay on them ropes too long. The way that, especially the way that they've been doing, staying on them ropes, staying,
yeah, he's
it's
consistently
not
on the
cool. It's
ropes.
not cool. That's you
Yeah,
setting
dude.
yourself up for failure, and
Oh
more than likely you
man,
get knocked
there you
out
go.
like
That's
that,
what
especially
happened when
by
you
Inoue.
keep straddling them ropes. That's what happened. He just got hit with another three piece. Wow. Anyway, it's fighting a darn good fight, if I must
So
say.
so
Um,
so what you got for those first round for this first two rounds, Big Son, or second round?
Definitely. Like I said, I didn't see the first one, so I'm gonna take your word
Yeah,
for that. And exact, especially seeing what I just saw right now. In a way, this is a clear cut walk away. I mean, if Duhany keep on riding the ropes, you know what I'm saying? He eventually gonna fall on the slope. And
yeah,
that slope just might be an overhand left hook. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
anyway, at this point, because he's riding the ropes, and I think pretty soon he gonna hit the slopes. He
yeah.
going down.
Pretty
I
much.
mean, as y'all see right there in the replay, he hit him. He almost ducked through the ropes. So,
Yeah, pretty
telling
much.
you, it's
Yeah,
gonna
that
be
back
real
foot,
ugly for Duany.
that back foot ain't gonna work for Duheny. That back foot is not gonna work for Duheny at all.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
back foot
so
about to break. He's about to lose his Achilles. He ain't gonna have nothing to
yeah,
stand on.
yeah. So Naoya Inoue is this is the third round, and I gave the first two to Naoya Inoue, and Doheny is just basically dancing around.
I'm gonna say
He does
what
he he
is he
doesn't look
boxing or is he Muhammad Ali shuffling? I mean, what you doing?
yeah. I mean, realistically, I don't know if he's figured out what he can do against Inoue. Inoue is just right in his face. Inoue is the
Yeah,
orthodox fighter, and Doheny is a southpaw, and he is not. His footwork is not. Look, if you look at Inoue's footwork, dancing around Doheny,
bro.
he's just sitting
In a
still.
way, just hit him with the two step at the go go and then popped off on him.
That's what I'm saying. If you look at the footwork, you look at the footwork. Inoue is completely dominating as far as like skills wise. And don't get me wrong, Doheny's throwing him back now. Doheny's throwing a couple
Yeah,
shots. Nothing's really landing right now for Doheny, but I mean, he's definitely he's looking like he's trying to fight. That's what I'd
yeah,
say.
he's trying. I give him that. He's definitely trying. You know what I'm saying? Nothing beats a failure but a try.
Yeah, for
But my
sure.
man, you probably still about to get beat up. Wow, like in a way, you can go to the go go any day with me, my brother. The way you just man two step them and then side swipe them. That's what going in the go go all day long. You know what I'm saying? So you come to any go go with me, my brother.
I mean, I'm gonna be real though. This third round right here, I feel like Inoue took
Hey,
off so far, and I don't feel like he's winning this round.
yeah, I don't think. Yeah, anyway, I haven't really done nothing this round. Doheny, I tell you, Doheny just hit him with a power overhand left. Good haymaker he put in there.
Yeah,
You heard that one through the crowd. Oh,
Inoue just lands a shot to the body. Duheny throws a shot at him and then tries to return fire. Both of them weave those punches. Duheny lands a shot
ooh,
downstairs. Duheny
Doheny
lands
just threw a
one of the
combo.
two punches, lands one out of the two combo. And so I mean Duheny is looking like he's winning this round, especially in the fact that in a way it looks like he's taking it off. He's not even throwing punches. He just standing
Yeah,
in front of him, trying to see exactly what he's going to do. And in a way, hasn't moved back, hasn't been on the back foot, but just vying for that number one area. I mean, excuse me, vying for that open shot, the number one
yeah.
shot.
Doheny has definitely put the footwork in this round. He's bounced around. He looked good. He let his hands go more. I mean, anyways, came at him at the end of the round, but that's still
Yeah,
not enough for me. I'm gonna have to give this
no,
round to Doheny.
yeah, definitely giving that round to Doheny. I mean, it's not even close to me. I don't think.
I mean, I guess anyways, corner told him, "Hey, take this round off. You want to be an interesting fighter? You up in this boy? You
Nah,
gonna win the next round? Take this one
I
off."
mean, I don't like taking that round off. I mean, you don't have
I
to.
don't either because you're gonna get that man confidence.
Yeah, you don't have to if you in a way. If you in a way, you do not have to take that round off because especially early in the round, you was dancing, you hitting them with the footwork.
Hey, he hit him with the two step at the go go, then popped him, pop him, and he
Yeah,
gave him the fake though. He gave him the fake with the left hand and popped him with the right. Oh man, yeah, you definitely go go with me, my brother.
yeah. So I mean, realistically, this is this is a fight right here where you gotta dominate. I don't want to see no halfway nothing. I want to see domination, especially from Inoue, from a guy that they're saying is the number one pound for pound potentially in the world. They're putting him over Terrence Bud Crawford. They're putting him over Alexander Usyk. And I mean, he's fighting at a smaller weight class against guys that don't have the name that those guys are fighting against. So, I mean, you got to show dominance. In a way, lands a really good jab, and I mean, it's just a jabbing competition right now. I feel like in a way, it's starting to fight Duheny's fight a little bit though. Duheny's switching stances and everything. Duheny's really comfortable in there. So
Yeah, I
Duheny,
think Doheny is using that rope. He's rope a doping a little bit.
oh yeah, Doheny lands two really, really
Ooh,
good left hands, man. He's fighting out of that southpaw stance, and so in a way has fought, I think, four straight southpaws, if I'm not mistaken. He was knocked, in a way, was knocked down in his last fight against a southpaw. So maybe Doheny, oh, Doheny is starting to throw now. Oh, Doheny
yeah,
is
both of
landing
them
that left
connected.
hand.
That was a good
Doheny,
connection. Both of them
look at
connected.
Doheny. Dude, and it seems like Inoue might need to get hit a little bit to get his engine started. Usually
Yeah.
you got some guys that need to
Ooh.
get hit a little bit. Inoue lands two punches as Doheny is coming out. Doheny is just kind of using that excuse me, that's that right hand. Yeah, using the right hand as like a guiding, as a wand, not even really trying to throw it with any authority. He's really throwing that left hand with more authority. And he in a way, and both of them throw punches. Neither one of them land. I'm gonna be honest. In a way, went in for the kill, but didn't land anything significant. Duheny, in a way, just dancing around. There's 1 minute left in this fourth round. Uh, so far, I feel like Duheny landed the better punches in this round. Neither, in a way, has not landed very many punches in this round. So I'm gonna get this. Oh, I spoke too soon. I
In
mean,
a way,
as I was
in a way,
saying,
came back. Put him
yeah,
in that corner. He hit him with three shots. Duheny's
yeah,
not throwing back yet. Duheny's looking up and down. In a way, he's still throwing shots at him, trying to figure him out. Duheny came out the corner through one
yeah.
left. But anyway, put him back in the car. Oh, Doheny threw 2 shots to get him up off him. Another two
Yeah, that's what I'm
shots.
saying. Inoue ain't really landing nothing right now of
Well,
significance, man. Uh, it looks a little crazy to me.
in a way, might have
Ooh, he lands
um
really good. Lands really good shot right there, left looping.
in a way might have put himself in a bit of a hole, letting Doheny, you know, come in that last round and soak up some confidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Boy, and soak up some confidence. And now he out there using that confidence he just soaked up on you. So you got to be careful about giving fighters rounds, because that sometimes that gives fighter confidence that he didn't have.
Well, I agree. I agree. I can say that Inoue definitely gave a little bit too much confidence to Doheny in that third round. And so him giving that confidence to him in that third round to me signifies that he's comfortable himself. He doesn't. I don't think he fears Duheny in any kind of way. And I mean, we got a really good score. I mean, we got a really good score to fight coming up. Uh, and big announcement: Turkey Al Sheikh is trying to change the price of pay-per-views. So I'll talk about that after the end of this round. So it's the fifth round right here. To me, I got 2-2. Doheny and winning this last 2 rounds, in my opinion. I got Inoue winning the first 2 rounds.
Yeah,
And right,
it's very seldom that we have the same takes. He don't score the fight. But I'm right there with you, bro.
yeah,
I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't call it any other way.
yeah.
So
I got
yeah, I'm right
I
there
got
with you.
Inoue 3-1. I got Inoue 3-1.
You gave Inoue that last round.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, okay, I can respect that. I can respect
Yeah,
that.
I heard it. He don't score the fight.
Yeah, we are past this first minute in this fifth round, and right now, Inoue is just standing in the corner. Duheny doesn't look like he wants to engage fully. He looks like he wants to counter, and that's the problem. When you could be on the front foot throwing shots, you're trying to move backwards. I think Inoue sees that Duheny does not want to engage with him fully. I mean, Duheny's just throwing out a jab, just a test jab. He goes down to the body. Inoue blocks both of those shots to the body. Uh, and Duheny tries a stab jab to the body. Inoue blocks that. Inoue kind of lands a jab, but it wasn't significant. Inoue lands a really good jab there. Tries to go with combo. Duheny pivots out, throws his own three-piece combination, but yet doesn't really land. I mean, he's landing on the gloves, so maybe that's going to affect him somewhere later. Okay, Inoue throws a like good four-point punch combo, two uppercuts to the body do land, and I mean now the action is picked up a little bit in this late in this fifth, and they're throwing. Inoue lands a shot to the body. Doheny throws. Doheny is backing out a little bit. Inoue is stalking on that front foot. Doheny lands a really good body shot, really good hook to the body. Inoue lands a good jab right there. Oh, Doheny lands a really good straight leaving out as Inoue was trying to pivot out. Inoue lands a jab. Inoue Inoue lands about a three-punch combination. Doheny fires back. Inoue blocks. Doheny is throwing some punches. Doheny's feeling himself, man, hands down, moving around the ring real good and all. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like to me the best of these exchanges is Inoue is getting the best of these exchanges. But I mean, Doheny is showing. I mean, pretty good. Inoue lands a really good jab. Oh man, Inoue lands a really good left hand. Doheny lands looks like appear to be a straight right hand as Inoue was leaving out. You guys got anything for that round? I guess not.
I'm
So,
about to get that round anyway.
oh yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm listening to you commentate right now,
yes.
because I'm currently dropping my wife off. But from the
Okay,
commentation, what I hear, Inoue took that round, and he
Yeah,
took it
yeah.
convincingly. You
I wouldn't
know,
say convincingly. I would say that it was a pretty close round. But what looking at the fight, in a way, is getting the better of the exchanges. I would say, in a way, is able to land some heavier punches in those exchanges. I feel like a lot of the shots that Doheny was throwing, he wasn't really landing. He was landing on the guard or landing as Inoue was moving out. So the impact on the punch really didn't land significantly to cause a big effect. And then, yes, I'm going to get that round of Naoya anyway. Okay, we start the
yeah,
sixth round.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, starting the sixth round, and Inoue lands a good jab. Doheny returns fire. Doheny throws another jab. It's not really landing on the arms, but we'll see how that comes into play. This is the sixth round out of 12. Inoue throws a really hard punch. Doheny seems to slip it, but he catches a little bit of it. Inoue lands a shot to the body. Doheny is on that back foot against the ropes. Inoue is stalking a bit. Doheny throws back. Okay, Doheny lands a really good body shot, and Inoue lands a right hand. Pretty good, skillful match. Doheny is not backing down though, as far as boxing skill. He blocks two of those jabs. He catches one to the shot. Excuse me, Doheny. Doheny catches one to the ribs, and Inoue throws a jab. I mean, Inoue's pressing the action. Doheny is firing back. Right now, neither one of these last 4 or 5 punches from each fighter have landed. They're, that was a good stab to the body for Inoue, and Doheny returns fire with his own body shot. Inoue is still on the front foot. Doheny pushes off. Doheny throws a right and does not land, but significant. Doheny throws another shot down to the body. Doheny looks like he's starting to wane a little bit. And I mean, throws a shot to the body. Doheny does, lands to the body. Doheny's moving back. Doheny lands a shot to the ribs. Inoue lands a really good overhand right with kind of a straight right almost. Inoue lands another right. There's 1 minute left in this sixth round, and this is Naoya Inoue versus TJ Doheny. And Doheny, hands down. I mean, he doesn't even look like he's scared of the punching power of Inoue, but so much because his hands have been down quite a bit. Oh, Inoue lands a really good right hand, and Henny is hurt. Doheny, it looks like he might weather the storm though. Doheny lands his own good right hand, and Inoue is throwing in the corner. Doheny is showing really good defense. Inoue did not land much on that exchange. TJ Doheny comes back, throws a couple shots, and Inoue, Doheny lands a jab. Inoue lands a jab. Inoue lands, okay, Inoue starting to fire off in that corner. Last couple seconds of this round. And though I'm going to say at the end of that round, I feel like it was a pretty close round, but at the end of that round, I felt like Inoue pulled away.
I mean, from the sounds of it sounded like they were filling each other out in that round to see how they can possibly get a knockout on one another. And sounds like Inoue was the one who came out on top and shaking him up a little bit, get him a little
Yeah,
discombobulated. Even though he weathered the storm, he still went through a storm.
yeah,
Nevertheless,
yeah,
so that round again close,
yeah.
but Inoue did the most, so it's gonna go to Inoue in my
Oh yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it definitely goes to Inoue in my opinion. But Doheny had a couple moments in that round, and he had really good defense. It was times where I mean, Inoue would throw a 6 punch combination, and he would only slightly land 2 punches. So I mean, good defense. Doheny's backed up off that first punch. Doheny seems to be hurt. Uh-oh, it looks like Doheny is injured and Doheny is taking a knee, and the fight is waved off in the seventh round. I don't know what happened. He looks like he's grabbing his back. That looks like a dive to me.
I'm
people.
about to say, hold up. How all of a sudden you just take a knee after y'all was just clutching and getting it in, and you just all of a sudden take a knee? What's going on, bro?
Doheny is kind of limping around the ring, looking like his back is hurting. I mean, I don't like the look of this. This was not a good look. I don't know what the hell just happened, people. I'm gonna be
Oh
real.
man,
I'm gonna be real.
maybe, maybe that's why they had the fight over there in Japan and it's all early and stuff. You know, the people in the United States ain't going for that. They gonna look at that. What you doing, bro? You, I know
I
you
don't.
ain't just you just took a knee. Oh no, you just oh no. See, yeah, they did it in the right place. They couldn't have did that here in America. I'm telling you right
I
now.
mean, Inoue landed two really good punches in that round, and I mean that was it. And though Henny just kind of limped a little bit, he started doing this weird thing with his leg, and he limping away, and that was the end of the fight. It was like the ref was like, "Let me wave this off." You know, I don't know what's going on. Let me go ahead and wave this off. Let me not play with these people like that. That's not cool though. That's not.
Yeah, that's commentators ain't got no explanation. Y'all ain't got no explanation.
I mean, I'm
It's
pretty sure
just
they tried to. I'm pretty. I don't listen to the fight sound, so I'm pretty sure they did try to explain what happened, and I'm pretty sure we will bring you what happened on Score the Fight a little later on down the line. But I don't look at that as a big win, a good victory. I don't know what the hell that was actually. Doheny is. It looks like he's trying to explain what happened. Let me see if I could. Normally, I am going to turn it up to see if they can say something about this situation. I mean, it was a TKO victory in round seven for Naoya in a way. He improves to 28-0 with 25 knockouts, even though that seemed something like a dive to me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'm not impressed with that victory. I'm not impressed with that victory. I think that it is some explaining to do that the boxing world needs to know exactly what was that, because that's not going to work. That's not going to work. You know what I mean? When people, especially for us to support a guy that's overseas that y'all say can compete with our guys, man, we need to see more, man. That's not going to work. And
Well,
anyway, should know that that wasn't a good showing.
yeah, I can agree with that, but I'm not going to act like in a way can't compete with our guys. I mean, he knocked out our best fighter at 122, which was Stephen Fulton. He made clean work of Stephen Fulton. It wasn't even close. And then he knocked out Cuba's best fighter, Louis Neri, as well. So it's not like in a way it's not like he's hype. He is some hype, but he is knocking off the best fighters in all of these different countries. I just This was Ireland's best fighter, I guess. And if this was Ireland's best fighter at a 37-year-old TJ Doheny, however you say his name, I don't even care how I say his name right now because the way he looked like he took that dive was a little crazy. I mean, realistically, I'm gonna say this. I had I had him up. I had in a way up at the time of stoppage. 4 rounds to 2. Anyway, it didn't look like Doheny other than those. I mean, don't get me wrong, it didn't look like he was trying to win the fight. It did look like he was fighting, but it didn't look like he was trying to win. So I don't I'm it's a little skeptical for me right now, man. Maybe even a lot skeptical. Big time.
yeah, I don't like that showing. I think that is bad for boxing for y'all to do something like that. To me, that just looks like a clear dive. Like,
Yeah.
you start fake limping, then you take a knee. Like, bro, y'all. One thing we know about y'all over there, y'all are terrible acting. Y'all, when you make movies, it's all behind and words. So that was just terrible acting all around. I don't know what y'all thought
How
we
you
was
gonna
gonna
insult the
believe in
people,
that
man? How
moment.
you gonna insult the people, man?
No, I'm sorry, bro. That was terrible acting. Ain't no
It
insult.
was, bruh.
It's the
It
truth.
was.
That is
It was.
terrible acting.
It
The
was.
the movie, the movies are terrible. We ain't gonna sit up here and act like the movies ain't terrible. They be all behind in the wording and all that. That's terrible. It's just about as terrible as that acting that y'all put on in that ring. Bad. I'm sorry. Bad.
That's
That was
crazy.
acting at its worst. That was
Yes.
acting at its
Hey,
worst. I'm
hey,
sorry.
Big Son. Like Big Son said earlier, we don't always agree on everything straight up on this show. You know, we debate, and that's what we do. We give our different opinions. But I agree with you 1,000,000% on this one, Big Son. That was
That
bad
was bad.
acting.
He from
That was
Ireland though.
very
The
bad
guy's from
acting.
Ireland, not from China. He's from Ireland, so you know he's from Ireland. He ain't from China, so we can't
No,
put
Well,
no,
that on
I'm
the
saying
Chinese
well, they put that they
or the
put that
Filipinos or the
no.
they
You
put
Asians. You
that.
can't.
can't put it on the Asians. He's from Ireland.
Yeah, that's true. You cannot put it on the Asian people. I mean, this is Naoya
Yeah,
Inoue's ninth
you
straight
can.
by
Y'all
knocking.
y'all act like other nationalities ain't in their movies doing the same bad acting.
Oh yeah, yeah. There is some bad acting all over the world. So I agree with you, Big Sir, on
You
that.
know
It's
what
bad
I'm
acting all over the world.
saying? If they paid that man to do some bad acting, he gonna do some bad acting.
I mean, Naoya Inoue, he doesn't look satisfied. I
I would be.
Yeah, he doesn't look necessarily happy. I'm gonna be real, bro. What you were saying about him fighting in America, he might need to fight in America. Not saying, you know what, I'm not gonna say he needs to. It might be a good idea if he fights in America because I mean we want to see in a way we want to see we want to see the monster. We don't want to see this version of boxing. We don't want to see a guy go out there, act all scared, then take a knee. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
not what we want as boxing
No,
fans.
you're
I
right.
mean,
You're right. You're right. Yeah, we don't. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna.
yeah,
That's not that. We know what that looks like. Like we have
yeah,
gone through a period where people were doing that, so we know what that looks like when we see it. So yes, that would not work. Especially for your reputation, you trying to build a reputation here in America in the States, which would do you some good. Whether you know, it doesn't matter who you are as a boxer. We love boxing, so this is a market that you want to tap into,
yeah,
regardless.
yeah. Now,
Morning.
Now, the disadvantage I would say for a Japanese fighter fighting in America is that technically the time difference is a bad thing. You know what I mean? The time difference might be affect that fighter. He would have to then stay in America to probably train to be ready for that fight for it, so his muscle memory could be exact the way that it should be. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just disappointed, bruh. I ain't gonna hold you. I am disappointed. I'm disappointed not because I thought that Doheny was Donny or however you say his name was going to win. I'm
Doheny.
Doheny, yeah, whatever. I'm not even saying his name right no more, bro, because that was terrible, bro. You done disgraced your own last name. That's the way I look at it. You disgraced your own last name, okay? And disgracing
You
your own
disgrace
last
your name, your homeland. Next time they say island fight, they gonna be like, oh no, we don't even want to fight them. They take knees.
yeah, that's
They don't
crazy.
take bouts. They take knees. So you know
That's
what I'm saying? It puts a it tarnishes your name. It
yeah,
tarnishes your name to
I agree.
me.
I agree. So
You
big.
know when you do something like that.
I got a question for you, man, because this has been a debate a little bit. Uh, Tank Davis versus Naoya Inoue.
What?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, it makes more sense than you think. Okay, so let me explain this. Tank Davis, right now, he walks around. Well, recently he started camp at 138. Okay, Tank Davis fights at 135. Okay, that's his weight class that he
Uh-huh.
fights. Naoya Inoue, he fights at 126. But the night of his last fight, he weighed in at 135. The weigh-in for Tank Davis, though, at 135, he weighed in at 133. So the night of the fight, Inoue weighed 135 for him. The night of Tank Davis fight, the weigh-in, Tank Davis weighed 133. So if you think about it, Inoue was heavier than Tank Davis. Uh, basically going into his fight. Tank Davis he weighed around 138 the night of the fight. Inoue was 135. That's a 3 pound weight difference. Not much of a weight difference exactly. So, do you think that maybe Inoue should entertain the fight with Tank?
I mean, if I was in a way, yeah, I would entertain a fight, especially money wise, and my name. You know what I'm saying? Who I am. I'm definitely going to jump out there, but jumping out there, you got to realize you're going to get your head whooped. You know what I'm saying? Tank is going to do that to you. Realize that. Do you want that L on your career for some money?
I
Think
mean,
about it.
I don't think he takes the fight if he don't think he can win.
Oh man, he a fool if he think he gonna beat Tank.
Not really. I mean, you got to think about it like this. This man is right now. Tank Davis is 30-0, 28 knockouts. Naoya Inoue is 28-0, 25 knockouts. Now they have been fighting at different weight classes, and I'm not willing to say that Naoya Inoue is even going to compare to Tank in that night because I feel like Tank is the one of the heaviest punchers in boxing of any weight class. I mean, I think his power transcends all the way up to maybe even 154. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting fight because Inoue has skills. The one thing that Inoue does have is skills. I don't know if Inoue is able to battle against Tank's power though.
Um, yeah, that was my main argument. Like Tank power on another level. It definitely ain't no do henny punch. I'm gonna tell you that now.
Nah,
You
but I
know what I'm
mean, don't
saying?
Doheny ain't even hurt in a way though. So I can't say I've seen in a way knocked down in his last fight. This wasn't one of those fights where I felt like in a way was going to get hurt. So I don't feel like Doheny hurt him at all. And I don't know if Tank could. Don't get me wrong, Tank probably could land that punch being a skillful fighter, but the skills that Inoue possesses, I think that's a very interesting fight. Maybe not the best fight, but for uh, as far as for fans I think would like to see Tank Davis in the ring with top level competition.
Yeah, I would have to agree. You know, that makes for the best fight right there. Um, looking at Do Henny, I've had a similar situation where he pointed to his back at the way he kept
Yeah,
on leaning on them ropes and stuff
yeah,
and contorting his body. He might have snapped it, not snapped it, but irritated that little vertebrae down there on your lower back. Boy, I'm telling you, when you snap that joint there, boy, ain't no moving around no more. He was a
okay,
dog that kept it up that long.
yeah, okay,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
So
That joint hurt, boy. I'm talking
yeah,
about some pain drop you to your knees. So
oh,
watching
I'm aware.
him, you know what I'm saying? So I've had them back problems before and had that back pain. So watching him, I would say yeah, he wasn't taking that back pain because the way he kept contorting his back and everything, you can that lower back, the way he was moving and stuff, you can mess that joint up like that.
Well, I agree. I agree. So look, all right. Now that that fight is quickly over with, you know what I'm saying? I do got a couple things I want to shamelessly plug. Of course, I want to plug 11 days from now. We got a pretty big fight, right? We got Canelo Alvarez versus Edgar Berlanga. Okay. Now, Canelo Alvarez is a multi-division superstar, undisputed world champion. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna read off the numbers and all that, but we just need to know that he is undisputed at his weight class. He is one of the cash cows of boxing. He writes his own. He writes his own everything. I'm not even gonna say check because that's an understatement, man. He getting some of the concessions. Excuse me. He's getting some of the shirts. He's getting some of everything. Give me merch. Give me concessions. Give me ticket sales. Give me pay per view. Give me all the money. So this is a cash cow type of guy. Berlanga, who has been asking for this fight for years now, years, not just a little short period of time. He's been calling out Canelo, saying Canelo won't do this, saying he's gonna knock Canelo out. You know, I mean, not a lot of respect as far as Canelo Alvarez's skill. I think, my personal opinion, but this is a big fight, and it's happening September 14th, and it's going to be here live on Score the Fight. So y'all got to join us in for that one. Big Son, question: what do you think is going to happen in that fight? Uh, from when Canelo Alvarez is a lot better than probably Edward Berlanga, but what do you think might potentially happen in that fight?
In all honesty, I think it's going to be more of an interesting fight than what we're giving it.
Okay,
With a guy, I don't think I'm not going to take his criticism and his taunting
yeah,
to the level of where I had it with Frank Martin.
okay,
Frank Martin talked all that stuff and got in there and didn't look as promising as we all wanted to. He was back foot Freddy,
right.
the whole fight. So, but I think this is going to be a much
Now
more
we got to call
competitive fight.
right now.
The
We got
fighter that Canelo Alvarez is facing been wanting to face him
Big
for
Son.
some time now.
Big Son, we
So,
got to Big Son. We got to call him the right name. He got to be back foot Frankie. Back foot Frankie.
yeah, man, he was definitely ghost that fight. Y'all call him Ghost. He was definitely Ghost. He did not show us what we've seen out of him. Up until that point. So I just think that with this fight, I think it's going to be much different. The pedigree of the competitors, much hungrier fighters, in my opinion. Um, Not saying that Tank wasn't hungry, but I'm just saying equally hungry.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? To be
Willing to
equally
fight, huh?
yoked in, huh?
Completely willing to fight. See, both fighters
Yeah,
got to be willing to fight.
yeah, no shying away from it at all. You know what I'm saying? Just ready to go, pretty much.
Yeah, I want to see. I definitely want to see Tank. Y'all talking about Tank and Inoue.
No,
Um,
yeah, we did
in
talk about that.
regards, well,
Anyway, go
in
ahead.
regards to Tank and Inoue, I want to see that fight because I'm not sure Tank has fought somebody with similar power yet. And I want to see him fight somebody with just as much weaponry as he got. And I feel like Inoue could have maybe not as much power as Tank, but he got some power. You know what I mean? He got some power. He's a hard hitter. So I think he's a hard hitter. So I think that he has to there's no doubt about it. He really has to step up and fight a guy with some power like that. He has to step up and fight a guy with some power. So in my opinion. So I think
Okay,
that yeah, I definitely want to see that Tank Inoue fight, if nothing else.
okay. Well, right now, anyway, is at 126. Um, I don't know if he right now. I don't know. I think he should go up to 130. I mean, just my opinion from what I've seen, that will put him in a fifth weight class, in the fifth weight division. And Pacquiao has done 8. Okay, so if you want to chase the greatness of Pacquiao, which I don't know if he needs to because he's done stuff that Pacquiao hasn't done. Two-time undisputed weight division champion, two-time undisputed weight division champion in the four belt era. He's the second guy to do it uh, behind Terrence Bud Crawford. So yes, that is an interesting fight. What do you got on the Edgar Berlanga Canelo Alvarez fight? Because that is the next fight that we will be doing here on Score the Fight. That's September 14th.
I mean, I like Alvarez in that, but however, I do think that this it will be a fight. It ain't gonna be an Alvarez walkthrough. I think Alvarez has been rather inconsistent over the last 5 fights. So I think that Alvarez gotta really come out and show some consistency because he hasn't been consistent over the last 5 fights. He struggled a little bit in 2 of them, I believe. So I'm eager to see how how it weighs in on Canelo Alvarez and what his consistency looks like.
Yeah, I will say this. Canelo has been inconsistent in his last couple fights, but the last two fights Canelo has looked very good in. Um, Charlo being one of them, and Jaime Mugia being the one that we did here on Score to Fight. And Mugia tried. We all give Mugia a lot of heart credit, but skill wise, Canelo Alvarez was just like so much above, so much above Mugia, man, so
So,
much.
so speaking of the Charlo fight, we never really got to speak about that for real.
Yeah.
Where do y'all think Charlo went wrong in that fight?
I think he went wrong before he even entered the ring.
I was about to
Um,
say, there you
I
go.
would say he didn't come to win. He came to get a check.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
think he went wrong. Simply, I mean, and if you want to talk about in the fight, I would say in the fight he went wrong by not throwing his hands.
I was
He
about to
didn't
say,
come, he didn't
I
come
didn't
in the
see.
fight.
Yeah. Hmm.
He didn't want to
Yeah,
fight.
I agree. I agree, bro. I didn't see the Charlo that I'm used to seeing throwing hands, powerful body shots, good haymakers. I didn't see none of that. You know what I'm saying? So I think Charlo, like you say, walked up in there for a check.
Yeah,
And if
walked up.
anybody's saying it any other way, I think you blind to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fact of
yeah.
what was really going on.
I think that
Yeah,
was
I agree. I
yeah. I think
definitely agree.
that was clear that he wanted to check, bro. Like clear.
And how long had it been since he had a fight? And then to that magnitude.
Oh, question. Yeah. So question. Um, after you go in there to steal a check, what do you do after that? Do you think that a fighter's career is pretty much over when they say, "All right, I'm just gonna get this check," or do you
Yeah,
think that?
yeah.
Oh, I was about to, let me finish. Or do you think that they could say, "All right, let me go get this check. I take this loss, but then I can go back to being who I am."
I don't know if you like. Okay, so it was a point in time when we had like Muhammad Ali and all of them. They cared about their record, right? And Floyd Mayweather too. I'm gonna give him some credit. He cared about his record. He wasn't just taking no loss for no amount of money. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's still your legacy matters. And so you just taking wild losses. You really don't care about your legacy at that point. At that point, to me, you got money problems. I think that or some form or you some way antsy to put your own career on the line, everything you worked for, to put that on the line, and the respect of that and the respect of your profession on the line just for a quick check and to admit it. I think that is eye opening in some degree.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, in a big degree. I'm not me personally. If I go out there, it's a big fight, and I lose it's because I lost. It ain't because I took a dive. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. I'm gonna come out there, and I don't care if I am getting the lower of the lesser of the money out of the deal, win, lose, or draw. I'm gonna try to beat your head in straight up.
Okay.
I'm coming in there, and I'm coming to take your belt, to take your the to take everything from you, Slim. The belt, the way you control your hands, the way you fight, the way you dominate. I'm coming to take all of that. You won't dominate me. You won't fight me good. You won't get no belt on me. You won't keep your belt if I come to see you. You know what I'm saying? That's my energy coming in. I'm not taking no time for nobody.
Yeah, no, I equate that. If y'all know, if for the people listening right
I
now,
don't think I
y'all
don't think
know
he
if
took a
y'all been
dive.
watching.
Listen. Oh, go ahead, Rob.
No, I was gonna say I don't know if y'all been watching, the nature sports, podcast, which we do in relation to the Redskins and how I talk about them tanking last year and how I feel about that. And that's what I equate. the dive too is taken. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? So
Yeah.
you
I
know,
Or
hey,
even
y'all
not
know
even a
how I feel
dive, but
about
just taking a
it. Yeah,
fight for money. That
yeah,
equates the same way. Because if
yeah.
you're not ready to fight that fight, why are you taking it?
Yeah, it's about betting. I mean, it compromises the sport and the integrity of the sport in so many different ways. Because you still got the betters, you still just got us. Just the integrity of the sport. Who wants to watch something that's been pre-set up? I might as well watch wrestling.
yeah,
No question.
yeah, for sure, for sure. So while we here, I can get you guys takes on a couple of things. Right now, Turkey a la Sheik, right? From what it looks like that Dimitri Bivol and Archer Betterby fight will be $20 on pay per view.
See, I
Turkey,
agree.
Turkey a la. Hold on, let me finish.
Mhm. My bad,
A la
my bad.
Sheik. Nah, I know. This been a juicy comment. I mean, it's been a juicy topic, right? So Turkey Island Sheik basically saying that the pay per view prices is so high, and that's why people steal pay per views. Okay, um, what do you think? What do you
Mm.
think is a good idea first, and then second, do you think that other companies will follow suit?
No, they will not follow suit. I'll say that first. I do think it's a darn good idea. I'm gonna tell you why. Y'all people who don't know about money and how stuff flow, a lot of people when Shaq brought them Shaqs out, he was with Reebok, and he heard how people was crying about prices and everything. Shaq said, "Okay, Reebok, y'all take all of that money from that shoe. I don't want nothing to do with y'all. Have that." He went and made his own Shaq shoe and sold it at Walmart for $30 a pair. Do y'all know over time? Go look it up. Over time, he's made just as much money as Jordan in shoes. Go look it up because the shoes are $30, not 100 and some dollars. People went and bought those at a plethora. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So when you just because you downgrade the money on something, don't mean people probably gonna come in there and buy it at a higher rate
yeah,
just because of what it is. You know what I'm saying? So this is the pay per view that was 150, $100, all that crazy pricing. Now it's
yeah,
20. You ain't gonna have to worry about people. Hey, look, I'm trying to get it this way. I'm trying. Shoot, people are going to take that $20. It didn't take the after they take that $20, they're gonna take the 130, go buy some bottles, go buy some food, fight parties, all that. You know what I'm saying? So, people are going to buy that pay-per-view and it's gonna be an astronomical number. He's a smart businessman. Same way Nipsey Hussle sold his CD, only 100,000 copies for 100. Smart businessman. Same thing with
okay,
Alice.
okay. How about yourself, bro? What you think about it?
Okay, so the way I look at it is about product, right? What am I getting? Like, let's say the pay per view, the last Canelo fight, let's say sold at $99, right? So virtually, and it's not to be funny, it's nothing against Canelo. I just use Canelo as an example, because a lot of people buy his fights. So you got to look at the product. For $99, 9 times out of 10, it's some seat that I can get at the actual fight if I was in wherever he was fighting at. It's some seat I could at least sit in a bar in the stadium or something for that $99. I can probably be in the building. So my
Yeah.
thing is this: if I'm sitting at home, when you think about product, if I'm sitting at home and you're charging me, you're virtually I'm using my own electric, my own water, my own food, my own everything. You are not providing anything but a viewership of viewing of the bout, and I'm at home. Why are you charging me the same thing as if I was in the building? I think that is really, really ugly and it's just unfair. So I think that if you think about in comparison, let's say you would take the $20 for Turkey Al Sheikh. For the $20, that's a movie date. So that's fair. $20. That's like me going to the movies. It normally costs about $20 a ticket now. That's fair. That's fair. So in the comparison to other products across the board, when it comes to me actually going out and viewing this one program, I think that's a fair price because $100. Who's about to go to a movie for $100 for per viewing? Nobody. Nobody. But so in a sense of a one program being viewed, I think that's much fairer across the board than me viewing one product for $100. I'm probably not going to do that. Now, however, this is where I'm different. I differentiate from what Turkey Al Sheikh said. I believe that's not why people still in the fight. People gonna see the fight regardless, however they can see it. If they know how to steal it, they're gonna steal it. If they only know how to buy it, they're gonna buy it. If they only know how to go to the fight, that's what they're gonna do. If they want to see the fight, they're going to go by any means of seeing the fight. And I don't think the money really matters if they want to see the fight, in that sense. So I don't think that the stealing gonna go down. I do think that the pay-per-views are going to go up though. So
Man, you make a great point when you say they do not pay your electricity, they do not pay your cable bill. They're just
yeah,
providing that showing, that viewing. Yes, you are getting other fights in that viewing, but the main event is the one you really want to see.
yeah.
Okay, sometimes on the card it's other fights. Like, okay, I want to see that jump, but people are really watching for the main event. So for y'all to charge me $150, $120, and y'all, that's all of y'all providing. That's not fair to nobody. And I think Sheik is about to change the game. So
Okay.
all y'all other promoters out there, take notes because he's going to get a lot of fights
I
because he's
agree.
going to bring in a lot of money, guaranteed. Y'all thinking about the $150. No, think about the people that spend $150. It's only a small group of those people that spend it. You know how many people are going to spend that 20? Y'all
Yep.
crazy. $20. $20 is going to be like a dollar bill to them when it comes to this pay per view. Let's tell you now.
Okay. Uh, couple more, things coming up on that card, right? They have just added Shakur Stevenson. Okay.
See, see.
On that card, they added Shakur Stevenson. Now, I don't want to get this wrong, so let me go make sure I get to my notes real quick to make sure this is I get the right lineup. Okay, so on that card, you have and this is the undercard, Shakur Stevenson versus Joe Cordina. Shakur Stevenson did not take the Javante Davis offer. Okay. Uh what do you guys think about that? I mean, I don't know what the offer was. I can't say that they sent a viable offer, but do you make that fight? And shout out to Shakur Stevenson as well because he just signed with Matchroom Boxing for a couple fights. So, shout out to Shakur. But do you take
Uh-huh.
that fight with Joe Cordina or do you go after Javante Tank Davis if you are Shakur Stevenson?
No, we just talked about um, taking fights and going in the fights that you know you're ready for. I think he know he ain't ready to go see Tank yet, and that's smart on his part. We
Okay.
talked about staying in your career. You still you kind of in your prime. No, not kind of. You're in your prime. So it would
Okay.
be a foolish move of you to sit up here and take a payday fight. That's a payday fight because of y'all names. That's a payday fight. You're good, but I don't think you're ready. No, I not think. I know you're not ready for Tank, and you know it too. That's why you didn't take that fight.
Whoa.
All right, from my perspective, the thing is, we talked about this last night, Big Son, again on the Nature Sports podcast. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you can't talk trash. You can't keep talking trash. Talk about what you're gonna do to the man, and you ready for and this, that, and the other. And like you said, you ain't ready. You can't talk
Mm-hmm.
trash. And I think Shakur Stevenson has talked a lot of trash in regards to Tank. I believe at the Tank fight he had on an I Want Tank shirt or something to that degree. So
Oh wow.
you can't do that.
No,
And
that
then
was
now it's
Ryan
time to,
Garcia.
huh? Oh,
That
that
was
was
Ryan
Ryan Garcia. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, he got up there after the fight. I believe he yelled out, "I want Tank too."
And
Yeah,
Ryan
I
got to
mean,
see
you
it.
know,
Look at Ryan got to
he's
see it. Look
becoming
at
no,
what
not
happened
relevant.
to
Ryan
him.
Garcia. I'm talking about Shakur. Shakur Stevenson had a few things to say at
Yeah,
that last Tank fight. I remember that.
yeah, I
And
remember.
he's been talking trash. He's been talking trash. It ain't like he said, Tank, I'm gonna go ahead and stay away from that subject right now. Next question. He ain't been doing that. He's been very vocal about his aspirations to fight Tank. And
Yes.
so you see, so if you are that, you gotta fight that man. You can't talk trash like we said, big son. Hey, what we say last night on the show. Hey
Yeah.
man, y'all been talking all this trash. It's time to play now. We here. Season started. You got Tampa Bay in Tampa Bay. So all of that trash y'all been talking, I don't know if it's good or bad, but you talked it, so you better step up to the plate, or I'm gonna have something to say as a spectator about y'all talking all that trash and getting what? Or night, or in this case, maybe shying away from the fight. So if I'm Shakur Stevenson, because I talk so much trash, and again, I want my word to mean something, I'm gonna go fight Tank.
Okay.
But the thing is, you know in your heart of hearts that your word, your
Right.
word don't mean
That's your word,
what
though,
you
man.
say anything. You know what I'm saying? So why would you go out there and be made a fool like that? Because see, what's going to happen is, I think, no, I'm going to stop. Like I said, I'm going to stop saying I think. I know for a fact if you go out there, he's going to embarrass you worse than he did Ghost. Okay, you're not ready, boy. You know it. So shut your mouth, stop talking, and put the work in. Let your work do the
If
talking.
he's all right. I got a good question here. If he's not ready now, Big Son, will he ever be ready? I mean,
Yeah, I,
realistically,
I,
Tank said that. Hold on, let me explain this. Why I'm saying this before you give me the context. Tank says he only's fighting 6 more fights. Okay, if you don't take this fight, that means he's fighting 5 more fights. That means he got 5 more fights after this that he might potentially fight by the time you fight your next fight. Right? Is Shakur Stevenson one of those 5 fights?
let me tell you something. If I see a big giant, the Tank ain't no giant, but in the sense of a boxer, he is. Okay. If I see a giant, I'm not running down on that giant. I'm going to walk. Like I said, we talked about this last night, bro. I'm going to walk. I'm
Yeah,
going to take my time and
yeah,
visualize. I don't care if I catch him on the last fight, but we going to fight. But just not right now. I see how you over there demolish and stuff. I don't have the skill to demolish you yet. I got to watch you some more. You know what
So
I'm saying? So if I have to wait till your last fight, let it be. I'm still young. I'm younger than you.
okay,
So, you know what I'm saying? I'll take my time and get there. I'm not going to rush it. You know what I'm saying? So that's my thing. I'm going to walk down on you. I'm not running down on you. You walk if you go in there and fight now, you running down on that man with no conscience. He going to beat the brakes off.
okay. So guaranteed that it won't be this year because I don't see Tank fighting twice again in the next 4 months. Okay,
Mhm.
so it could be next year or after, right? So at Shakur Stevenson's rate, right? Let's say Shakur goes out there and dominates this next fight. Do you think that at that point he will be mentally ready? You think he'll be ready, or you think it'll take a couple fights?
I'll let Ro answer that one.
I don't know if he's still with us. He might be. I know he's moving around right now. So
Okay, okay. I would say yeah, a couple more fights. Even if you dominate your next one, okay, I dominated this one.
oh,
Let me take that same domination to this fight and lock in. You'll be ready.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? Lock in
Oh,
and I mean dominate the fight. Don't play around. Dominate. Come
so
in.
you saying
Put your work
so
in
you
and do
saying
what you
at
got
least
to do. You'll be ready.
so you saying at least 2 more fights. At least 2 more
Yeah, at
fights.
least two more.
Okay, okay, I can respect that. I can respect that answer right there. Me personally, I feel like Shakur Stevenson is ready for Tank. I think if he's not ready for Tank now, he may never be ready for Tank. I don't know if he gets better within the next year to be ready for Tank because realistically, I say fighters that's active fight at least once every 6 months, and more active fighters fight every 3 months.
Mm.
So I would assume Shakur just fought 3 months ago. I would assume he'll take this fight and then maybe this is his warm up fight for Tank, or maybe this is his warm up fight for Tank. But I don't know. I don't know if Matchroom Boxing wants to take that fight. I think they're going to try to stay away from Tank Davis, him signing with Matchroom. And if it's 4 fights, I think they will do all 4 fights without him fighting Tank, unless
Mm.
the pay
I
deal is just,
Let me say
huh?
this real quick. I think that in the sense of Tank, that he needs to go ahead and fight him because it should be a. I would do a 3-part deal. Period. I would do a 3-part deal, and maybe if he win the first one, I could say, okay, I faced him before. Can I do this again? With the opt in out opt out clause. Can I do this again? So I think he gotta fight him, in my opinion. You see it?
Well, realistically, right? A Tank Davis Shakur Stevenson fight will have some form of rematch clause. Okay.
So, oh, let me put this in there. So should Shakur be fighting Devin Haney first or what? No.
Um, no, because of the weight
Yes, I
class.
think so.
No, I'm gonna say because of the weight
Class,
class.
yeah, weight class. Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
Because of the weight class. Devin Haney is campaigning at 140 right now, and Shakur is still campaigning at 135. I
Oh,
think I think that he can go up to 140 to fight him, but there's nothing to go up there to fight him for. You get
there's
what I
no
mean?
belt. There's no
Yeah, I
belt.
mean, like, no, Devin Haney still has the belt. So
Get from him.
If Devin Haney wins, he could potentially win the belt from Devin Haney. But it's even that, in my opinion, isn't the right move right now while you're campaigning at 135. I feel like there's other fights at 135 that you could take. Joe Cordina wasn't necessarily the one I would have took because I don't think that that gives Shakur Stevenson anything but just another opponent.
Yeah.
No offense to Joe Cordina, but I'm talking about name wise. He's not. He don't have the biggest name in boxing, especially at 135. You got a lot of young, hungry fighters. You got like a Kid Schofield. You got Abdullah Mason. You got Paro. You got Zapata. It's other fighters other than Tank, and I didn't name Tank specifically for that reason to say that there's fights there at 135 that you can make with fighters that got more of a name than Dina. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Do I think that he should go up and fight at 140 to fight Devin Haney? I think it's a good fight, but I don't think that career wise it matches up with a good trajectory. I think fighters, unless you want to go fight at 140 and campaign at 140 and stay at 140, then you got options because you are the champion at 135. So you can get unification fights. You can get fights with young fighters with good names. So I don't see a reason why you would go up in that. Go up to 140 to fight Devin Haney. Just for that. That's a fight for a check too. The way I look at it. Right now, there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk in that 140 weight division. Devin Haney is on his way back. He has not announced an opponent yet. Um, but he's on his way back. And of course, Ryan Garcia's suspension is starting to dwindle down right now. You know what I mean? So normally we don't talk about him, but would you guys like to see that fight again?
I'm about to say, could that be a potential fight? It possibly could. But I think it will result in the same thing again. You know, I think Ryan will beat him again.
Okay.
Haney and Garcia. Haney and Garcia.
Yeah.
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 That's what you talking about?
Garcia too.
Yep.
Huh? Oh yeah,
Haney
yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see that again. I would like to see that again because no offense, Haney, you kind of really went in to protect your win. Like you went in. I don't know if you snitched on the man. I don't know what happened to the point to where the man was drug tested or came up dirty. I don't know if you paid if you paid somebody to come up with a dirty test.
Oh no.
I don't know really what happened there. So I think they both need to fight again And I do think it will be the same result. I'm with Big Son right now. That's the only thing I got to go on is what I saw last time. And he was knocking you all over the ring and was literally dropping his hands. He didn't even look mentally sane half the fight. And he still was knocking you out. So, I mean, I think, I would have to side with that. But however, I think it's enough controversy for us to want to see that fight again, just to make sure that whoever wins, wins, whoever loses, loses.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. If you are Tank Davis, right? Are you mad that fighters on that top level have been ducking you for since your last fight against Frank Martin? I mean, Lomachenko clearly said that he's not fighting Tank, who Loma appeared up until this point ready to fight him. Shakur Stevenson, who they've
If
had a
you
lot of
seen
words with.
if you seen him knock out Frank Martin, when he hit Frank Martin, it was like he tapped him on the shoulder, like, huh? He was gone. It's like somebody tapped you on your shoulder, you don't see him. That's what he looked like when he hit that boy. Are you honestly gonna run? That's what I'm talking about, running down on the giant. Lomachenko ain't no fool. He looked like he was ready, did he? So they was like, oh nah, let me start walking a little bit more. I thought I was ready. But at least he honest enough to say it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You
Loma didn't say he was. Loma, what Loma said is he's about to go spend some time with his family. Now, I don't know what's going on in his life, right? I cannot say what's going on in his life. He may have something going on in his family that he need that needs attention, you know? It may be his mom or it may be his kid or anything. So I can't really say what may be going on in his family. But I will say that at this point it does appear to look like he is ducking him, right? It
yeah.
appears to look like that he is purposely not taking the fight because it is Javante Tank Davis. That's what it looks like to me right now. Okay. So I don't know if everybody else feels that same way that I feel, but that's how I feel. I think that Javante Tank Davis is uh is probably the best fighter in that division, hands down. And not only him being one of the best fighters, if not the best fighter in that division, I think Javante Tank Davis, he has to dominate. He got to, you know, continue to dominate. And I don't want to be the fighter that he dominates if I'm one of those guys. But I'm not scared
Exactly.
if I'm Loma. I'm not scared because I mean I've been doing this. It's not like this is the first time that it's not the first time I'm going up against top level competition. You know,
Yeah, it's the first
so
time you gonna be put on a display that you ain't never been put on.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I'm
Vince
very
Carter.
disappointed. I'm very disappointed in Loma ducking that fight. To be honest, I'm very disappointed in Loma ducking the fight. I think that at this point, this is my opinion. The WBC and the WBA and all the other boxing organizations who have any form of influence, they at some point y'all gotta come together and really start to make better fights because it's right now it's all about protecting your record. It's not about making the best fight. And so, and at that point, to be honest, you hurt boxing when you do that. Because think about the NFL. If every team got to choose who they play against, or think about the NBA. If every team get to say, "Oh yeah, I don't want to play the Lakers tonight because they have LeBron," so guess what? I'm just going to play the New Jersey. I mean the Brooklyn Nets, and I'm just going to play Cameron Jordan in there because that's an easier matchup for me. Come on now, that's not going to work in sport. That doesn't work. You want the best fights. That's why Muhammad Ali is the greatest. Because he went at whoever supposed to been the dog, he called him and say, "Oh yeah, I'm the dog. I think you pretty good, but guess what? I want us to get on this stage and rumble it out." All the dogs he called and said, "Let's go get it." Whether it was Joe Frazier when he hit the scene, whether it was George Foreman when he hit the scene, whether it was Ken Norton Jr., Ken Norton When he hit it didn't matter, man. You hit the scene, you supposed to be making noise. Muhammad Ali wanted a piece of you,
Yep,
and
Spink,
so I just,
all of them, all
yeah,
the great.
yeah,
You can name them.
he wanted, he wanted a piece of you. So he, I think that that is something that's lost in boxing right now. But I think the organizations have to come together and figure out how to navigate that because we're missing guys who are in their prime. Like it's unfortunate we didn't see Pacquiao Mayweather in their prime, and yes, we did see them at some point, but they wasn't in their prime. It's unfortunate we didn't get Tyson Holyfield in 91, 92, 90 when both men was kind of in their prime. They both was at their top of their game. So when you got fighters like right now, Tank is at the top of his game. Y'all need to make a fight with somebody else that's at the top of their game too. Even if you don't have a guy that's all the way maybe doing what he doing, you got a guy that's doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? And I just think they got to make better fights, man. The organizations got to come together. Everybody got to come together and say, where do we want boxing to go over the next 5 years? And how can we make that happen? And the first thing that will come about, in my opinion, is they would say, y'all got to make better fights. You got to
Yeah,
make better fights.
yeah. I mean, I think that that's obvious. I think that making better fights is what has to be done. I agree with you 1,000,000%. Do I think that it happens though? Do I think that the boxers, you got to think about this. The boxers, they gotta want to fight each other too. So you know, the boxers wanting to fight each other is one thing. The fight actually being made is another. Okay, so making a Tank Davis versus let's say Shakur Stevenson fight, right? Right now that involves Matchroom Boxing and PBC, two top-notch promotion companies, right? Two of the top, two of the best, right? But who's gonna bend? The B side got to bend to make the fight, right? So since the B side is, let's say, Matchroom Boxing in this situation, does Matchroom want to even give up a cash cow, right? Do they want to give up a cash cow potentially just to make a fight and take less in that situation on their investment? I mean, we all know business pretty well. Do you think that that's good business?
I do. I do. I do. I think that even though you take a risk, you got to challenge your fighter too. You know what I mean? If this is your best product, that's the best thing you got. He should be fighting against someone else's best. You know, he should be fighting against someone else's best. So I think that if that's your best product, you got to put him against the best. You know what I mean? You got to put him
Okay.
against the best. So I think it's good business to Jordan. What made Jordan great? It wasn't sitting back, going and joining other people and doing all this. What made Jordan great was he beat whoever was supposed. Again, like I said, Muhammad Ali. So I think for Matchroom, if you really trying to make a legend, what is the goal? Is it to make money or is it to make legends? And I think as a boxing organization who has boxers under their wing who basically control their whole career, you should want to make legends. If you
Okay.
Matchroom, not money.
Okay. Okay. So making legends and not money, I can respect that. So if you are Shakur Stevenson, right? If you are Shakur Stevenson, and you look at that and say, all right, I can get this legacy right here, but this is a huge risk. Do you take that risk? Because if you lose like Frank Martin lose, you lose everything. You lose everything that you've been building throughout your whole career. Do you want to take that risk?
I do. I do. I do. I think, and again, even if I lose, the way that I protect myself in that situation is I say, hey, Tank, man, we need to do this. But I just need a rematch. At least one. I think it should be a 3-fight deal. Um, because I think if they split, it's going to be a third fight anyway. You know what I mean? Regardless. So I think it should be on paper a 3-fight deal unless somebody wins twice. And then, of course, you pretty much know who the winner is. But for
Well,
Shakur Stevenson, a lot of people would respect him a lot more. If he took that fight, people be like, okay, he game. He game. And even if he lost, I think the respect that he would get for taking the fight and for actually going after the fight. It's another issue to me. I mean, yeah, a lot of people say he crazy for going at Tank. I don't think so. I think he's trying to make a brand for himself. They people say Muhammad Ali was crazy for fighting. What's the first one that he beat? He won the belt from. They
Sonny
say he was
Liston.
gonna get thrashed. They
Sonny
said
Liston.
Islam didn't even
Sonny
want to come.
Liston.
Sonny Liston.
Sonny listening. They said Muhammad Ali was gonna get thrashed, and even the Nation of Islam didn't want to support him. Only people came down there to support him was Jim Brown, Malcolm X, and a couple of his close friends. Because no, everybody thought he was gonna get thrashed. They thought he was crazy. So you got to take that risk if you want to get to where you going as a boxer. You got to say, "Oh, you the dog. Come on with it." With even if people think you crazy, they thought Muhammad Ali was crazy for taking a Foreman fight. The way he had knocked Frazier out. Down goes Frazier. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to do that if you want to be. If you should call Stevenson now, you supposed to be licking your chops. Tank, oh, oh yeah, y'all scared of him. I'm about to bring him back to earth. You know, and you got to have confidence in yourself. Now, I will say this: you got to work. Now, you got to go in there and work harder than you ever worked at anything in your life. Doing that. Now, you got to
Okay.
really go off and try to take where if you feel like you are 120%, you got to go to 150, 170. You know, and you got to be your best. However, if you are trying to really make some noise, go make some noise. You can't sit in the cut and be quiet if you're trying to make noise.
I agree. I mean, I think that's a key thing right there. I think legacy is important. Um, okay. So that's October 12th, and we do get a chance to see Ben Whitaker October 12th as well. Uh, Ben Whitaker is one of my young fighters to watch. He has that drunken master style, and so excited to see a Ben
Yeah,
Whitaker.
he's
You know, y'all
definitely
seen?
funny. He's a funny
Huh?
fighter for sure. I say he a
Yeah,
funny fighter for sure.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he got that
yeah.
crazy style.
Yeah. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? I just sent some clips inside the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. I definitely
So
remember. I think we called one of his fights, didn't we?
yeah, we
Okay,
called one
yeah,
of
I
them.
definitely
Yeah.
remember.
So Ben Whitaker is definitely somebody that you want to see on that card. The Canelo card, you know, I don't necessarily think Canelo brings the best undercards. You know,
Well,
I
this
don't
one
think
he
so.
had to be on is going to be pretty good. With Shakur
It's okay.
Stevenson.
No, Shakur's not on. Shakur. That's why I switched rounds. Let me clear that up for everybody. So uh that card that we was just talking about was the October 12th score to fight. So that will be brought to you in October. That is going to be brought to you on the zone. That is the headline fight will be Archer Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. That's the fight I've been waiting for. Okay. Pound for pound guys on that list. Number 6 and number 7 for score to fight. Archer Beterbiev is number 6, and Dimitri Bivol is number 7. Whoever wins that fight definitely is going to move up. Whoever loses that fight potentially will move down. You know, I don't see them probably staying, especially let's say if Beaver wins that fight. I don't see Better Beef staying at number 6. If let's say Better Beef wins that fight convincingly, I say Better Beaver might move down. You know, Beaver doesn't have the best resume, and neither does Better Beef, but from what they've done, they've dominated their weight class. So that's October 12th. Okay. So the fight. So I'm switching gears here, and I'm going to switch gears to September 14th, which is the Canelo Berlanga fight, right? So the one fight, I mean, we got the one fight I am interested in is the return of Danny Garcia, who is on that Canelo undercard. Okay, Danny Garcia, I rock with Danny. Danny's a good guy, man. I think Danny's a very respectable boxer. So Danny Garcia will fight Eris Lundy Lara, which is going to be a really good fight, I think. And then you have Caleb Plant fighting McCumbee. Okay, McCumbee doesn't really have a big name in boxing yet. Caleb Plant has suffered some losses in the last couple fights. And so that's a big thing. And then Rolly Romero. Rolly Romero makes his return to the ring against Jaimes. So uh other than Canelo, what fighter would you like to see on that undercard? What other
I
fighter would
want to see Rolly.
you Rolly?
I want to see Rolly.
Oh man. How
Because
about
to be honest, I'm laughing, but to be honest, he was getting his man a little bit against Tank. You know what I'm saying? Before he got knocked out, he was fighting a pretty good fight, in my opinion. So I'm interested to see him bounce back because we haven't heard or seen from Rolly in a while.
okay? Yeah, because last time we seen Rolly, he was getting pummeled by Pitbull. That's the
Yeah.
last time we seen Rolly. Ro, you still with us?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I said,
For me, I would want to
out
see.
of this
You just named him,
undercard of
Pitbull.
the
I want to see Pitbull again. I think even
no,
though
no, 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 not Pitbull. No, he's no Ro, not Pitbull. So I was
no,
saying,
you asked who would I want to
you
see on
got
the undercard, right?
Nah,
no. I'm
nah.
saying
He's saying
out of the
Oh,
people that I named. Okay, out of
oh,
the
okay.
people
Go
that
back.
I
Who's the
named.
options again?
Yeah. So the options is it's Ernest Lundy Lara versus Danny Garcia, and then it's Caleb Plant versus McCumbee, and it's Rolly Romero versus Jaimes.
Mine is McCumbee. We do one of his fights. I believe we did one of his fights too. Did we or did we not? Even if we
I
didn't,
think he fought on one. I don't think. Yeah, I think he fought on one of the undercard jokes that we was watching. But I
yeah,
don't think we
yeah,
actually did the fight.
yeah. So for me, it's
Um,
McCumbee. You know what I'm saying? I think it's
do you
McCumbee.
think
Huh?
McCumbee stands a chance against Caleb Plant?
No, that's why I'm saying. I honestly, I do think he stands a chance against Caleb Plant. That's why I want to see him because no offense to Caleb Plant, but I think McCumbee is a good enough, at least defensive fighter, to at least hang in the fight. You know, that's just my
Okay,
opinion. I think he can give you enough defense to stay in there.
okay. Me personally, out of everybody, I want to see Danny Garcia fight. Um, I think that Danny Garcia, Ernest Lundy Lara presents a very interesting fight. I've always said that Ernest Lundy Lara is one of the guys that I feel maybe got robbed a little bit in the Canelo fight. When Canelo was fighting at 154, I think that Danny Garcia returning to the ring is pretty cool. I mean, because after losing to Earl Spence Jr., I think Danny Garcia, wasn't in the best of mind states. He had taken some L's, and so I think that him returning to the ring is pretty interesting. And that's going to be September 14th. That is our next score to fight. Okay, so that's 11 days from now. So you guys definitely going to want to tune into that. I was saying that I don't normally think Canelo has a great undercard. I don't necessarily feel like this is a great undercard, but I do think that all of the fights have a fighter that you want to see in those fights. Especially Big Son when he's saying Rolly. Do you think Rolly has a good enough chin to actually be a top boxer? Big Son.
I don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I was
don't. I
hoping.
think that. Yeah, yeah. I think that. Yeah, I don't. I don't. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been hoping for a Rolly Romero versus Devin Haney fight. I would love to see that. Okay. I feel like Rolly got a little bit of pop with him. So I think that Devin Haney's probably in a little bit more danger than Rolly, but I feel like Devin Haney's the better boxer. I don't feel like either one of them have the greatest chins. So I think that that's an interesting fight, especially with both of them fighting at 140. I think that that's a pretty interesting fight.
I
Uh,
got to step in defense of my man Rolly and say I think Rolly will punish Haney.
you think Rolly will punish who? Haney?
I think Rolly will punish Haney.
Oh man, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think Haney don't. I think Haney don't want it with Rolly. I'm telling you, he don't want it with
Wow,
Rolly. He
wow,
don't want that smoke with Rolly.
wow. I think that's the best fight for both of those fighters, though. Actually, I think that's the best fight right now for both of those fighters, because it's still a big fight. They both still got decent names. Both of them right now, especially after that Garcia loss, chin is in question. We've seen Devin Haney hurt several times now. I think that's a good fight right there. I think that's a premier type of fight. Okay.
I don't think
So
Rolly got enough chin. I think Devin Haney's a little bit too smart of a fighter for Rolly, you know. But again, I'm with Devin Haney ain't got no chin though. And neither do Rolly. So I think it's gonna be a bunch of knockdowns and
That's
it's
what I'm
gonna be
saying. My man
yeah.
Rolly go get on. He go get on top of something. I'm telling you, no
But I do
diddy.
think Devin Haney's the smarter fighter. So I would give the edge to Haney because I do think he's the more experienced, smarter fighter. However, I'm not that chin that we saw uh uh against Garcia, man. I don't know if I could bet with it. I don't know if I could bet with it. But I do think that I do
I
think he's a more experienced fighter.
You
mean,
could
what
be
about
smart,
Rolly with
but
Pitbull?
let
What
me tell
about
you
Rolly
something
with
about.
Pitbull?
Rolly did a good job with Pitbull. But that's why I said his defense.
No, he
Remember I
didn't,
said
bruh.
I
No,
liked
he
Rolly.
didn't.
Nah,
No, I
Rolly
mean
got beat up by
Nah.
Pitbull.
Pitbull beat Rolly
yeah,
up, man.
he
He
did
beat
beat
him
him
up.
up. Hold up, but no, he did beat him up. I still think he handled Pitbull well. Pitbull's style is weird, bro. He just will bull rush you. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, he's a pit bull. So I just think that even though Rolly got whatever, I think he still handled him well.
Well, see,
Personally,
the thing about it, Pitbull last fight that I think we saw,
he
he was
lost.
trying to
I
rush
know.
Slim, but Slim wasn't going for it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you right.
You know what I'm
You
saying?
right. Slim did a better job for sure.
yeah.
And again, I don't think Rolly has a good enough chin. I'm with y'all on that. I do think though that when it comes to Haney, because Haney doesn't have a chin, I just think that he can hang in there. He can use his offense for defense a little bit.
Man, Rolly hands is quick. So
And
when I was
right,
watching him,
but his chin is
if he
suspect.
hit
His chin
Devin,
is suspect.
if he all right, but if he hit Devin Haney with them punches he was hitting Tank with, Tank ain't go down. Devin Haney ain't got no chin. If he hit him with some of them
Right,
short,
right.
he's going down.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe. But this the thing. Devin Haney actually got good defense. You know what I mean?
That's
He
why
don't have the best
he's a
chin,
smarter
but he
fighter.
has decent defense. You know what I mean? So I can
Well,
see
And he
what
that.
don't
happened?
mind holding. He don't mind holding if he got to. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going down without a fight. We saw that against Garcia. Haney ain't going down without a fight, baby.
Not at
Shit or
all.
not.
Not at
He
all.
gonna hang in there. I don't care if it's by a shoestring. I don't care if he got to cheat after the fight. I don't care if he gotta go and get your drug tested after the fight. He gonna find some way, baby. He gonna hang up in that fight, you know.
I ain't denying that. I ain't denying that. I feel like Haney will do what it takes, right? But so when you think about that, I think that those are interesting fights at 140, and that's honestly why I don't think Shakur Stevenson needs to go up to 140 because there's a lot of fights up there right now. Devin Haney is in negotiation to fight Liam Paro. Liam Paro took the belt from Sabril Mutias. So right now, that's what it's looking like. Haney versus Paro, and they're aiming for that fight to be done in December. So that might be Devin Haney's return. Of course, it will be before Ryan Garcia's return because Ryan Garcia is suspended for the whole year. Uh, Now, question. Oh, my bad. Oh man, my bad. I dropped something. Now, the next is we do get to see Anthony Joshua versus Daniel Dubois. And we've talked about this in the past. But I'm asking any changing of the heart in this situation. What do you guys think about Dubois versus Anthony Joshua?
I think
I actually
Anthony.
got. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
No, I was
No,
gonna
you
say
got.
I got Dubois. I got Dubois in that. I think last time we saw Dubois was the 5v5. I think that he was, better than what anybody expected him to be for sure. I think that was a
Yeah.
really good showing. There's no offense to Joshua. I haven't seen Joshua be dominant in a while. So I like Dubois then.
No, I've seen him. No, he was dominant against Ndagu.
I was about to say. Last
His
time I
last
really
fight.
seen. Remember, before everything
Y'all don't call
happened,
that dominant?
he was
Or
Yeah,
did
putting.
y'all
I
say that
agree.
was bad competition?
Nah, he ain't no bad
No,
competition. Nah, no sir.
I feel like
Both
Ndagu.
on top tier.
Yeah, I feel like even though he's not a professional boxer, and I will say that he might not have been ready for Joshua skill wise. When you think about competition, I mean, he just went 10 rounds. He had just went 10 rounds with Tyson Fury, which was the heavyweight champion
But
at that
now
time.
we see how far do that carry you after seeing Fury against Usyk?
Well, it carries you far because at the time,
Yeah.
we had nobody had beat Fury, like actually beat him. He had a tie, I mean, he had a draw, and stuff like that, but
Wilder beat
nobody
him.
had really
We all
beat
know
him.
Wilder beat him. We all
Now,
know Wilder beat him
do I think Wilder
on the
beat him?
three
I don't
knockdowns.
know.
The three knockdowns.
I mean, he was knocked down several times in that fight, but I don't know
And
if
now
Wilder.
hold up and hold up. Point.
I felt like it was a
Now that
draw.
we've seen Wilder, really what he is, how much weight to those? When you
I
look
mean,
at the man, who has panned out to where they've had, who does he have on under his belt that's really panned out? And
I
again, there's no
mean,
offense to Wilder. There's no offense to
no,
Wilder. I
I
just
mean, Wilder panned out like Wilder's a Hall of Famer, bro. Like I got to put some respect on his name right here. I mean, realistically,
that's no
he's a
yeah, it's
Hall of
no offense
Famer,
to
bro.
Wilder. All right, so let me clear that up. I
Yeah,
didn't mean to say it like that, but Wilder, I think he caught Wilder. Them three fights against, the first fight against Fury. I mean, sorry, the first and the second fight against Fury. I think Wilder was a different fighter than the Wilder we remember. The first one, he wasn't the same fighter.
yeah.
Even on the second one, as we see Wilder, he was on the back end of his career.
Okay, I can say that. I can say that. Yeah, we all know that we could say that Wilder was on the back end of his career and times was catching up with him. But I'm not trying to discredit anything Joshua's done. Joshua's looked very good since he got with his trainer. And I mean, he with Derek James. And since he been with Derek James, he been looking dominant. I can't take nothing away from the growth that I've seen him have since he been with Derek James. Just my opinion. My opinion. So, in that one, so who you got, Big Sir? You said Dubois.
Nah, Joshua.
You got Joshua. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
man,
Roman
I got him
got
making a
Dubois.
comeback and putting that sting on. When I first seen him, I'm like, who is this dude? I ain't never heard him. Then he knocked Slim out. When I
Yeah.
first seen him, I don't know, I can't remember the fight I seen, but I was like, oh, Slim putting that work on people. He's a big dude. They both in there slinging. And man, he hit
Yeah.
this dude with an overhand and knocked Slim out. I was like, oh my goodness. So
Okay.
I'm interested to see what he come back looking like. I'm taking him for the win.
Okay. Okay. So we got one Joshua, one Dubois. I'm not gonna lie. I think Anthony Joshua wins. I think Anthony Joshua's been hot. I think Daniel Dubois is a very good fighter, but I think that Anthony Joshua right now, with the exception of one Alexander Usyk, I think Anthony Joshua was the second best. Well, well, yeah, I'm gonna say it the right way. I think Anthony Joshua is the second best heavyweight in the world. There's only one person I feel like is above him, and I feel like that's Alexander Usyk. I feel like Dubois is a very good fighter. I feel like he's shown, especially in that last fight, that he is not only uh, coming to fight, but a notch above what he's shown in the past. But I think Anthony Joshua right now is just a little too much. Uh, so on on that fight, okay. I want to move to the next one. We do get. What do you guys think about Jake Paul and Tyson and Mike Tyson? Who do you think wins that fight?
I think Tyson convincingly, of course. I mean, not just because I'm a fan of Tyson, but because of the scope of the fight, the words that have been exchanged. Y'all got to think about it. The last time Tyson fought, it was against Roy. They didn't talk nowhere near as greasy as these two are talking to each other. I think Tyson is not going to take. I'm not saying that he took Roy lightly. I think him and Roy just went in there actually, you know what I'm saying, got it in like, hey, look, I'm me, you. Let's show the world who we are. But it's not going to be that when they step in the rings. It's not going to be that. There's no respect there. Tyson don't respect this man.
Tyson gonna
It's
knock
going to
that
be
boy
different.
out. Tyson gonna knock
It's
that
going to be
boy out.
different.
That's what I think. I think if Tyson is fighting, now we'll know by the way Tyson, if Tyson is actually going out there to fight, I don't think Jake Paul stands a chance because I don't think Jake Paul is a good boxer. And that's just my opinion. I think his style is whack. I think his technique is whack. I think he gets in times in the fight where he just kind of does anything. Where he kind of does anything, literally. Like he drops his hands. The way he will punch like a hammer, sort of like he's banging a hammer. I've seen him do it. So you talk about fighting Mike Tyson, the ultra professional. No, I think Tyson will knock him out.
Wow. Um, I'm 50-50 on this fight still right now to this day. While I do think that Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson, okay, he's one of the greatest heavyweight champions of all time. I think that Mike Tyson definitely still has. This might be Mike Tyson's "I got one more fight left in me" type of mindset. If Mike goes out there with that Mike Tyson mentality, like Rose said, then easy fight for Mike. I don't think Jake Paul lasts 3 rounds. I think third round knockout at best for Jake Paul in that situation. And when I say third round, I feel like he only lasts he gets hurt in that second round and maybe just stumbles into that third round, but gets stopped early in that third round or seconds into the third. If
Mm.
I had to make a prediction. Uh, but I'm not gonna leave age off the table in this situation. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not gonna leave age off the table. If Mike get in there feeling like a 57-year-old man, 58-year-old man, because I think he's 58 now, um, it's gonna be a long day for Mike. We are not
I-
gonna look at Mike and say he is the same Mike Tyson of old. That's still you still not gonna try Mike Tyson, okay? But he isn't the Mike Tyson of old. We gotta realize that, people. We gotta
mm.
realize that we still looking at a near 60-year-old man, and that even though he's near 60, he may his body may be either he might be 55 in body or 52, or he might be 41, which then a 41-year-old person could beat Jake Paul. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like if y'all have seen Mike train, Mike still training like you fight
Yeah.
at 50 some years old.
I
So
mean,
when you look at a person that's taking
I
care of their body,
don't.
regardless of what he do, smoke whatever, I guarantee you, Mike ain't smoking right now. Mike getting ready for a fight.
I mean, realistically, I am currently watching some Mike Tyson video right now. Some clips
And
of him.
man, if you watch the Joe when he hitting his trainer with the bodyguard on and all that, and his trainer, like, woo, hold up, Mike. Mike still got that power.
Yeah, I
Regardless
mean,
of
if
that,
you
age,
look,
Mike still, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'm gonna turn my screen so I can get y'all.
My goodness, look at that's what I'm saying. That's dangerous. That's a dangerous man. Look how he hitting. If he hit Jake Paul going down.
Yeah, so this
Hit
is
Jake
Mike
Paul like
Tyson
that, he's
trainer,
going down.
courtesy of YouTube. So
Mm, mm,
and I mean,
mm. Look at how he turned the
how
hook
many?
on E. Woo.
I
Oh,
mean,
oh, ow. That's uppercut work. Ow.
bro, do you think that's enough?
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's enough now. I think the deeper the fight goes, the more the fight goes, then the longer the fight goes. I think that benefits Paul to a certain
Yeah,
degree,
it
but I
definitely
don't
does.
think Paul is going to be able to take his punches. I
Man,
just don't think. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
I'm,
I think once he feel the first or the two, especially if Tyson is really fighting him, right? Now, I don't know if Tyson is really going to go out there to fight him. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know, man. It could be a bunch of hype and then be a real charity event. But if this is a real boxing match, Jake Paul don't stand a chance.
Well,
Not even a
I,
little bit, in my opinion. I just can't
I
see it.
agree
I
with
don't think
Rose.
he's technique
I
wise.
agree
I
with
don't. I,
Rose. After that
yeah, he's not
footage,
a good enough fighter.
we just seen y'all saying the 50-year-old, what 58-year-old man y'all know move around like that? Please tell me. Cause see, if I'm sorry, if a little child, God forbid, a little child come to me, my grandfather abused me, he hit me. Where your grandfather at? And I go see, and it ain't got to be Mike, but I go see he in there working around like that. I'm gonna go grab the strap. Ain't no need to fight that man, put myself in jeopardy. None of that. I'm gonna go grab the strap straight up. Pop's about to get the two. You 58, you moving, and I'm a
Hey,
man. You crazy. You crazy. I'm not wrong. I'm not running up on that man. No sir.
no
Not
sir,
big son.
huh?
Big son. Go grab the gun. Go get the gun.
Okay, okay. So speaking of heavyweights, man, we in that heavyweight division right now. Fury Usyk 2 coming up. That's the last fight of the year that we got slated for Score to Fight. But early predictions, I mean, we a couple months away from that. But any early predictions on Usyk versus Fury 2?
I actually think Fury is going to fight better. I don't know if he wins. But I think Fury is better in his rematches than he is in his original fight. So I would actually pick Fury to win that fight right now. Just if I had to pick, I think that he did. He was competitive in the fight for most of the fight. I think he did too much playing. And if y'all go back and look at the score of the fight and look at what I said, even during the fight, like he's dancing, he's sticking his tongue out, he's dropping his hands, he's really out there playing, and he got his knocked out, or knocked down or whatever it was. He should have been knocked out. I think it went to the decision, but
Yeah, it
we know
did.
that was a long count.
It,
It was a
we
long count.
nah, he should have been stopped. It should have been a TKO.
Yeah,
I think we
yeah,
all can agree on it should have been a TKO. Like he was beating him
yeah,
around the ring, bruh. Like he's beating that man like he stole something.
yeah, yeah, literally. So I'm just not. No offense to Tyson Fury. I think he's not going to play because he realized this guy beat me. So he's not going to be playing. And I think you're going to get a very serious Tyson Fury who knows that his career could be on the line, or at least his thought process, his reputation of being one of the better fighters is really on the line here. So I think that you'll see a much serious Tyson Fury, which would just garner better results.
Big son, you got something for me?
Um, I would say Tyson Fury too, because like I'm with Bro on his rematching. I think he does a good job when he comes back to rematch if he's lost a fight. You know, if you look at his track record, I think Might have lost just one of his rematches, right? To
Uh,
what we clearly saw was to
nah, he won. He won the rematch. He won the Wilder rematch.
nah. What I'm saying is what we clearly saw.
No, I feel
You,
like he won that. I feel like he won that. I feel like he was cheating, but I do feel like he won the fight. I do feel like he won the fight. I do feel like he was cheating though.
that's what I'm saying. In retro respect to if people really remember that fight, I just think Wilder won that joint. So it shouldn't really be two
Yeah.
one. Wow. But
Okay, and
I
then
think
now we
Fury
got.
Fury will be the Fury is going to be the guy in that one.
I mean, I'm not. I don't agree with y'all. I'm gonna say this right now. I don't agree with y'all. I think that Usyk wins the fight, and I think he wins it a lot more convincingly. I think as the fight waned on, you had Usyk figure Fury out, and I think that carries into the next fight. I think, to be honest, I think Alexander Usyk is still hungry, and he knows the job isn't done. He has to go, and this is the only thing I'm questioning right now, because that right now, if Usyk goes and beats Fury, like I think he will retain his three belts, and then it will be a fight between the winner of Anthony Joshua and Daniel Dubois, and Usyk already beat Joshua twice. So I don't now that makes me question if Joshua is actually going to win this fight, because realistically, I think he beat Dubois twice. I think he beat Dubois too, though, if I'm not mistaken. Either which way, I don't think that there's a fighter in the heavyweight division that can beat Alexander Usyk. I think Usyk will retire probably undefeated unless he go up against one of the. I don't know. I don't know who beats him right now in the heavyweight division. I just don't know. I think his footwork is probably too good for most people to beat him. You know.
Well, I think that's why I say I think Fury was up in the fight, the majority of the fight. I think Fury really dominated a lot of the fight, and Usyk got him in the later rounds.
You feel like he
But I think
dominated?
for majority of the fight, I liked what Fury was doing. It's just he was playing too much for me.
Oh man, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can agree with that one. I
No,
feel
you
like
called the fight. We called that fight. We can go back and listen to the fight and listen to
yeah.
your own commentary at the time of it went left for him.
No, I don't think that it ever. I don't think that. I don't. I think Fury had a good beginning of the fight. Fury was doing some things in the beginning of the fight, and we all did say he was playing too much. Okay, you know.
Yeah.
But Usyk, we just kept saying Usyk is coming on strong the whole fight, and I felt like Usyk figured him out, and I feel like that's pretty much going to be the same thing.
Right. I don't
What
know. I don't have it
what
going that way. I think
what
he's
new
gonna cut the
game
playing
plan?
out and he's gonna have a better showing.
What new game plan could he implement to be better?
I couldn't hear you broke up.
Like, what could he implement to be better? I said, what new game plan could he possibly implement to be better?
You talking about Fury?
Yeah, Fury.
He need to stop playing. Stop dancing. Come out to some real theme music. He up there beating his feet when he come out there. He be literally beating his feet in the ring, bruh. Come
But
on,
I'm
man.
saying,
Come
like,
on, man.
in the ring, what can he do? Because I mean, realistically, he had some success, but it wasn't like dominating success. He was doing well, but he wasn't dominating Usyk. Did we feel like Usyk was getting dominated?
In parts of the fight, I think he was. I think maybe in the
Uh,
fourth, the third and the fourth, the fifth. I think that it was. I mean, it was to me. It was pretty convincing Tyson Fury. It's
uh,
just I think in later rounds, I think Usyk hit him with a shot. As a matter of fact, at the end of that round, we talking about he hit him with a shot, and I don't think Tyson Fury quite recovered from that shot or covered. Within the fight, I think he recovered as far as physically. But as far as the fight itself, I'm not sure that he recovered from
I
that.
think that was like I think that was like the fourth or fifth round. You know, it's relatively early in the fight. I think not like late,
When he
late.
took that shot, no, it was
Yeah.
like eighth or ninth. It was late.
But I'm saying up until no, you know what, it was late. But up until that point, nobody had really had the lead. Let me see if I can go back and see if it is on. Ah, it is not on YouTube. We gotta get that up on YouTube.
It's on the Studio Runners YouTube. Yes, it is. It's on the Studio Runners YouTube, and it's on the Studio Runners, I believe, Twitter too. We just showed it yesterday or 2 days ago. We
Hey,
just replayed it.
my bad. Let me
It's definitely on the Studio Runners YouTube.
So yeah, that's what we do here on the Major Sports Network. This is Score to Fight, but we have all the information. We have so much content, but we got it all stored for viewing.
exactly. So
Sir,
so I got a question. I'm gonna name these off before we get into this next situation. So right now we got the Haney Garcia, Canelo versus Jaime Munguia, Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk, Blair Cobbs versus Adrian Broner, Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia, like I said. And so out of those fights, which one has been the best sport of fight to you guys?
Pro-
um,
Probably the Haney joint. I can't lie. That was a fun fight to call. Because Ryan Garcia was tripping. Haney was getting just holding to try to stay. I mean, that was a really funny fight to me. You know what I mean? That was, and then afterwards, they did all the stuff they did. The man got suspended for a year. And just the car. I mean, that was a whole ordeal the whole time. Even before the fight, it was a whole ordeal with them two. So for me, it's the Haney Garcia.
Okay. Big Son, how about yourself?
um,
And my bad, I forgot one. Bud and Israel Madrimov. So would you swap that out for
No,
Haney?
actually, yeah, that was a tie. You know what? I gotta call it a tie because the Bud fight is when we had a lot of crowd participation in the Bud fight, and that was a really fun fight to call too. To be honest, to be honest.
I'm gonna have to
So
go
I
out.
yeah, my bad, big son, you good?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go out on a limb and say the the Blair Cobbs and Adrian Broner fight because for one, Adrian Broner is just comical anyway, and we just the whole fight kept telling him, Adrian, throw your hands, you can win the fight. So like I will have to say that one was the most fun one to call for me.
Um, I'm gonna go and say the tank fight, man. I'm gonna say the tank fight because I just feel like the energy for the tank fight was crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do agree with. I would say, if it was 1, 2, and 3, it would be the tank fight, then it would be the Bud fight, and then it would be, the Haney fight. Because I don't get me wrong, the Haney fight was too crazy. That was everything
Yeah,
surrounded around the Haney fight was crazy. Okay, too crazy. So I definitely agree with you there. And so, but the Bud fight, we had so much crowd participation. I feel like that kind of was driving the show a lot. And the tank fight was just so enjoyable because if it was what we thought it was going to be, we pretty much knew Frank Martin was going to get knocked out. We didn't know it was going to be that type of knockout. We did, it was celebrities. It was a lot of people there. The energy was just amazing for the tank fight. So I would pick the tank fight, me personally. Um, whew. Now we done went over quite a few. Uh, what is the fight that you want? I'm gonna read off the fights that we still have on the card for this year. We got Canelo Berlanga. We got Joshua Dubois. We got Better Be Beevil. We got Tank Now Tank will be. My bad. Let me. We didn't get to one fight. The Keyshawn Davis versus Gustavo Lemos fight. Um, More than likely, Keyshawn takes a win on that, but that is going to be a score to fight, and it looks like right now we have Tank Davis questionable for November 2nd. He has already got the venue for November 2nd. So more than likely, Tank makes his return on November 2nd. Uh, we don't know who he will be fighting. We don't know his opponent. So, and Devin Haney and Leo Paro potentially, and Keyshawn Davis and Gustavo Lemos, which seems to be pretty locked in solidly iron. So I'm gonna read them off again. Now that I went over that, we got Canelo Berlanga, Joshua versus Dubois, Better B versus Beeble, uh, Tank versus somebody, Keyshawn Davis versus Gustavo Lemos, Tyson versus Paul, and then we got Haney versus Paro and Usyk versus Fury. Which one of those fights are you guys looking forward towards the most?
Um, I would have to say Tyson Paul to me. That one, a lot of a lot of glow around it. Um, Something that happened with Tyson, and he had to put the fight off. So I think Tyson is going to be more than motivated and geared up for that fight. And, I think Paul's mouth finally gets him in trouble.
Okay.
For me, for me, um, I would say Tyson Fury Usyk too. I'm really game for that fight. I really want to see that fight. Because I think that both it was an entertaining fight first and foremost. Like let's beyond what anybody might think, that fight was entertaining. Them guys was going at it. It was fun. It was a lot of so I'm more Tyson Fury Usyk too. But I'm with you, big son. I'm game for that Tyson fight too. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, I'm excited for the Tyson fight if he's going to fight. It's just that's the only reason why I'm kind of hesitant on picking that one because I'm not sure that Tyson is really going to fight. If Tyson is really going to come out there and box,
Okay.
yes, I'm with you on that. I'm just not sure yet. If it's because it is a charity event, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's a charity event. So I'm not sure if he's going to play the Roy Jones thing. And again, him and Roy Jones have a different relationship than him and Jake Paul. I agree. So who knows? But I think Jake Paul's bit off more than he can chew on this one. He's let his mouth get him in something his behind's going to have to get him out of. So I can't wait to see it if Tyson is actually going to fight
Okay.
him.
Me personally, I am I'm, I'm amped. I cannot wait for the Archer Better Be versus Dimitri Bivol fight. I'm a boxing guy, and for me, these are 2 pound for pound guys. This is the 175 weight pound. This is their Bud versus Earl Spence. Am I? So I'm super stoked for that. This is a fight that I think people been calling since Bivol beat Canelo, and so I can't wait to see these two. These two guys go at it head to head. To be honest, can't wait. Can't. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I do agree with you guys about the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul fight. I think it's one of the most interesting fights that you could potentially watch with you having a great all time fighter, even in old age. And then you got this young YouTube guy that might not have the experience and skill, but you're looking at young Braun versus old Braun and Brain, whatever you want to look at it. So really, 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 really good, entertaining level fight at this point. Okay,
I agree.
yeah. So
I think Tyson knocks him out. I'm not even gonna say it's gonna be entertaining. I just think Tyson gonna knock him out,
well,
and so
that'll be
I'm just kind
entertaining.
of waiting.
You don't think
That
Mike
would it
Tyson
would be
knocks him?
very entertaining.
Yeah, I was about to say, you don't think that'd be entertaining? Mike Tyson knocking Jake Paul
That'll be
out.
very entertaining. Yes,
You know,
yes, I do think that would be very entertaining. I
that would
mean,
probably
and
be
not
one
only
of those.
that, I think if Tyson comes in and knocks Paul out, which I don't, even though Tyson might not look at it himself personally as some sort of feat, but I think for a 58-year-old man to knock out a young guy, I don't care if he is Mike Tyson, that's something. That says something, in my opinion. And
Okay,
it'd be one of the greatest things seen in boxing, in my opinion.
okay, okay. That's cool. That's cool. So, right now, okay, we got all of those score to fights lined up, right? But our next score to fight, September 14th. Okay, Canelo versus Edgar Berlanga. Definitely one of those fights that you are going to want to tune into. It's been a lot of trash talk. You know, Edgar Berlanga being from New York, but and I don't want to say this wrong. I want to say it's Puerto Rican. You know, and so it's Puerto Rico versus Mexico, which is always a thing. You know, and Canelo is just a dominant guy. He's one of the guys in boxing, the guys. You know, it's not you don't got a lot of guys. You got the guys, and definitely Canelo Alvarez is one of those. Okay, so I mean, this is crazy. I'm very, 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 very happy that we brought you the Inoue fight this early morning on Score to Fight. Um, you guys got any Oh yeah, Ro, was you on the show with me when we did the pound for pound list? No, you wasn't. While I got you online, if you got a couple more minutes, shouldn't take long. I want to read down the score to fight pound for pound list right now. Uh, and tell me if there's anything that you would change. You got some time? Yo, can you hear me?
You
I
might
think
be
you
on
you
mute, bro.
Yeah, we got you. I got you. I got you. What's the question? Repeat the question for me.
I was saying, you got a couple more minutes because I wanted to run down this pound
You
for
good.
pound
You good,
list.
bro. Do your thing. Yeah,
All
we
right,
here.
all right. So, right now, I want to get to the list. Okay, so let me read off a couple things. The score to fight pound for pound. We go. This is how we rate the pound for pound by resume, victories over high quality opposition, wins in big fights, skill. Can skill transcend weight classes? If they were in another weight class, if they use that same skill, will it work? Belts, title fights, and champions beat. So this is what our criteria is of how we get to the list. Okay. Right now we have Virgil Ortiz. Okay. Virgil Ortiz is 22-0 with 21 knockouts. Okay, he's the number 20. We've started at 20, okay? Uh William Zepeda, 19, is number 19. He is 30-0 with 26 knockouts. Then we have Jamal Charlo. He is 33-0, 22 knockouts. This is not the same Charlo that fought Canelo, okay? Then we have Vasily Lomachenko coming in at 17. He is 18-3 with 12 knockouts. Then we have Teofimo Lopez coming in at 16. He is 20-1 with 13 knockouts. Then we have Devin, the American Dream Haney. He is 31-0, 15 knockouts. That one has been taken off of his record. And so he
Man,
is
we all
sitting
saw it though. We
0.
all saw it. We all saw it. My bad.
Okay.
My
Then we
bad.
have then we have Junto Nakatani, 27-0, 20 knockouts at number 14. We have Earl Spence Jr., 28-1 with 22 knockouts at 13. We have Tyson Fury, 34, 1-1 with 24 knockouts at number 12. We have Jesse Bam. You know, they just call him Bam. You know what I mean? Rodriguez, excuse me. And he is 20-0 with 13 knockouts. Then we have Shakur Stevenson, who is at number 10. He's just the top 10 now. You know what? We're gonna stop at 11. Bro, any of those guys from 11 to 20 do you think should not be on the list?
Nah, I think that's pretty solid. Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. I ain't got no complaints.
Do you think anybody should be higher on the list? You think Loma should be higher, or T.O., or anybody should be top 10?
No. I think all them guys have done enough to be top 20, but not enough to be top 10.
Okay. So right now,
Different.
going into the top 10.
Well, he said he begged to differ. What you got, big son? What you got?
Well, me and Leo already had this conversation. I thought that Lomo Shaker should have been up a little higher, maybe not top 10. And I definitely think Tyson Fury should be in top 10. Even though he lost to Usyk, I think he should definitely be in top 10.
Okay.
That's not bad.
I can respect your argument. Now we can listen to the top 10. Top 10 right now. Shakur Stevenson, 22-0, 11 knockouts. Jerron Boots Ennis, he is 32-0 now with 29 knockouts. We have the Mexican monster, David Benavidez, coming at number 8. He is 29-0 with 24 knockouts. Then we have Dimitri Bivol. He is 23-0 with 12 knockouts. We have Archer Beterbiev, who is 20-0 with 20 knockouts. Then we have Canelo Alvarez at number 5, 61-2-2 with 39 knockouts. We have Naoya Inoue, who we watched today. So I'm updating it. I'm updating it right now as we speak. He is 28-0 with 25 knockouts. That's number 4. Number 3, Tank Gervonta Tank Davis. He comes in at number 3, 29-0, 27 knockouts. Then we have Alexander Usyk, 22-0, 14 knockouts. We have Terrence Bud Crawford at number 1, 41-0 with 31 knockouts. Any one of those guys that you think should be higher or lower on the list?
I think I like Tank being a little higher right now. I think Tank is the number 1 fighter.
I agree. That's what I said. I agree.
So I think Tank should be higher. I think Canelo should be higher.
Mm-hmm.
I think Canelo should be higher. I think, with just the 2-2 and 62, I think that 62 number stands out amongst his peers. Nobody has done it like that right now. That's fighting. I mean, the way he's doing it with belts, so I think the 62 number stands out to me. So I'm gonna ask Big Son, who gets?
Hey, bro, hold on, bro. Before you go on, that was my exact sentiments when me and Boy had this conversation. I said, Point, not Point, but Tank should be higher. I said that Canelo should definitely be higher. And what was the other guy? The Mexican monster, Benavidez. You hear me?
I think Benavidez. Where's Benavidez at?
He's in like 7 or something.
He at 7?
He's at 8.
Yeah, I gotta put Benavidez a little bit higher. I gotta put Benavidez a little bit higher.
Hear me out. So listen. All right, let me do some breakdown for you, okay? Canelo Alvarez, he is the only person in the top 10 that has a loss on his record. Not only does he have a loss, he has two losses and two ties. The amount of wins he has and the opposition that he's faced definitely brought him up really high on the list. But the thing that does not put him any higher is that he's ducking the number one opponent in his division at this point.
I agree with that.
Okay?
He's
I
ducking him.
mean,
Okay?
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Can, is
go
he
ahead.
is he ducking them, or he just don't think he's a worthy opponent?
I think he ducking him. I think that he said, like he said, if the price is right, we could really step up and do our thing. But if the price ain't right, then
It,
hey, I ain't doing nothing.
exactly.
It
My
doesn't
my
benefit
my
me.
thing. My thing exactly. When he fought Floyd, Floyd's sentiments was, if the price is right, we gonna get it in. And the price became right, and they got it in.
Well,
I
I
don't
mean,
think
asking
I
for
don't think he's scared to fight nobody.
I
You know what I'm
do.
saying?
bruh,
I think he got to make sure the money is right before he fights.
asking for 200 million is crazy.
No, it ain't.
Asking for
No,
two
it
hundred
ain't.
million is
Not
crazy.
now who he
It
is.
is,
Now who he is. Think about where. Hold on. Let's talk about where Canelo came from. Canelo has jumped how many weight classes and beat how many champions? He's worth that money. He's worth that money.
bruh. He's not worth 200 million in my opinion. That fight, you can't pay one fighter 200 million in that fight. No offense to David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, they are not Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. They will not do Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather numbers. They just won't.
But this is the thing about numbers. As years go by, numbers get higher. That's just how it is in this economy. That's just how it's been going. That's how Floyd Mayweather was able to make the money that he made, because numbers got higher. That's just the business. That's just
I
the cost
agree.
of doing business. So
I
if that's what these fighters want for them to fight, who am I to say, oh, that's too high?
well,
If that's your
well,
price, that's your price. Just like
well,
with Floyd,
hold
he
on.
was
Let me
crying with
follow you.
Floyd,
Let
but
me
that
give you
was
some
that was
context.
Floyd's price, right?
Let me give you a context on this. When David Benavidez heard that Canelo Alvarez asked for $200 million to fight him, he called him a pussy. Excuse my language, but I'm gonna say exactly what the exact word that he used. He's like, that man's a pussy, straight up. Why would you ask? He didn't understand why he would ask for that crazy amount of money. If David Benavidez is the opponent in that situation, I don't understand why you ask for that amount of money. Why do you think that you should ask for that amount of money? It's kind of crazy in my opinion. You didn't ask for 150. You ain't asked for none of that. You said I'm not doing it unless it's 200 million, bro. That's a lot of money. And if you can't make that money back, then you're taking a big loss.
Yeah, I think that you can't ask for that if you really want to fight. I think you gotta you
Yes,
I
you
mean
can.
yeah, that's you outprice even the promoters. Can't nobody how
Yes,
they gonna make money if they give you 250, whatever. And they not boxing, you're boxing. So unless you
exactly,
put your money up to promote the fight yourself, you're not gonna get 200 million Canelo Alvarez if you have someone else promoting the fight for you. If you want to
exactly.
promote the fight yourself, go promote the fight, make the fight, go promote it, and get your 200 million.
Yes,
I
yes.
think that might be what he's trying to do.
I can, maybe. So that's why
That might
Canelo
be what he's
Alvarez
trying
is
to
number
do.
5. You know, that's why he's number 5 in my opinion. Um, I will say that Tank Davis. So we're gonna go up a little bit more. Tank Davis. Okay. The reason why Tank Davis is number 3, and honestly, you could make him number 4 because everybody else is 2-time undisputed champion in that top 4, with the exception of Javante Tank Davis. Now, Javante Tank Davis is one of the most exciting boxers in boxing, and it's he has a great resume, but he has not been able to go collect the belts. That's one thing that everybody else at that top of that list, they went and collected the belts. in their weight division. They were the best. There was no argument of who could be better than them in their weight division at the point where they were undisputed champion. And they've done it twice. Inoue has done it twice. Bud Crawford has done it twice. Alexander Usyk has done it twice. Not just one time undisputed, two-time undisputed, and Tank has never even been one time undisputed. So that's the argument for Tank Davis right there. I mean, for Tank to become number one, he at least has to go be undisputed at that 135. Because until he does, he can't say that he's accomplished the things that they've accomplished as far as in the sport of boxing.
I mean, I get you there. Don't get it twisted. I get you there. But however, I think he's on the come up. And I think when you want to come up, I think that goes for something. I think that goes for something. He's on the come up. He's, them other guys that might be on the decline. And he on the come up. So I think if you want to come up, they on the decline. You get that number one spot. Somebody need to show me that him as a number one contender, meaning no offense, because Shakur Stevenson, you got a belt in that weight class, and everybody else with belts in that weight class. If he's on the come up and I'm trying to be the man in my weight class, I got to fight Tank.
Yeah, I agree.
I got to fight Tank.
I agree 1,000,000% on that. I definitely agree with you on that. And it's no knock to Tank Davis. He's the boogeyman. This is why somebody like David Benavidez is as low as he is, because he can't get the Canelo fight.
So the ability to make fights is part of the criteria, is what you're saying?
No. Mm-mm. The credential of making the fight and winning the fight.
Right, but what if they ducking Tank? They ducking Tank. So if they ducking you, what do you do?
Tank was ducking Loma.
Has he?
Yeah. I mean, not Tank himself. I would never put that on Tank. I don't think Tank is afraid to fight anybody. I don't think he's ever been afraid to fight anybody, especially anybody in his weight division. But I do believe Al Heyman, the money team, did not allow him to take that fight, even though Loma and them would have made that fight. So yes, you would call that a duck. But do I feel like Tank? Like me personally, do I feel like he was ducking? No. Do I feel like Al Heyman maybe have ducked Loma? Even though Al Heyman wasn't getting in the ring? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could probably say that Al Heyman did it more than anybody else, more than even Floyd, because that's how Al Heyman moves with the PBC. He takes certain fights, and if he felt like it was a threat, he probably wouldn't have took the fight. Maybe he did. Maybe Al Heyman, because I feel like Al Heyman is smarter than the average bear most of the time. So maybe Al Heyman knows, okay, I can't make this fight yet. I hold him off a little bit. We build, take a little bit more. Then we make the fight. But at least to most boxing fans, it appears at that point in time. But it's not Tank ducking. I've never felt like Tank was scared to fight anybody. I've never felt like he was ducking anybody, to be honest. My opinion. Just me.
Yeah, I can't see him ducking Loma. I think no offense to Loma, this ain't a knock to Loma. I just think that, Tank wasn't made, whether it was strategy, whatever that was going on. I think that Loma wasn't all that eager to make the fight either, if you ask me. Loma didn't go out his way to make the fight. Loma didn't go out his way to make it happen. He didn't extend no hand to no extent. And now it looked like Loma's straight ducking him all together.
Yes. It appears that Loma is straight ducking right now. Tank wasn't doing that. Tank wasn't doing that.
That's
Loma is the one, like right now in Boss Talk, right? Loma's a boss. If Loma wants to make that fight, even though even though Top Rank probably won't make that fight. Bob Earn probably is like, no, we don't want to fight Gervonta Tank Davis. Like, real talk. But Loma is a boss. If Loma really want to make that fight, he can make that fight. Even against his advisor, Bob Earn. But I'm just
But
saying,
Bob
right
Earn
now,
known for ducking too, though. So whose decision is it? Is it Loma? Is it Bob Earn? Who's because Bob Earn is a ducking a duck the duck master. Bob
well,
Earn is the duck master. So is it Loma or is it Bob Earn ducking?
it's a partnership, is what it is.
So they both
And
ducking.
so,
They both duck goose.
well, in a partnership, bruh, I mean, think about it. You got a partner. Like right now, right? Say we want to do something on the network, right? We talk to each other. It's not like we just go make the decision. We talk to each other. We say, all right, this is what the decision needs to be.
But Loma
You get what I'm
never
saying?
really had a reputation for duck until he got with Bob Earn.
Uh, he been
Now,
with Bob Ehrman the whole time. He been
okay,
with Bob Ehrman the whole time.
he's never had a reputation for duck till it came to Tank.
That's the truth. I'm being real. He never did. He never did. He never did. I'm not knocking anything that you said because I feel like he ducking Tank. I do. I
So,
feel like
so,
that.
so,
That's
so, what you saying is Tank was the one who done it, and not Bob.
no. What I'm saying is that
I'm
Loma
talking
is
about Rowe.
ducking now.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is,
I'm saying it was Bob. And now
oh, you saying it's Bob?
Bob, because I feel like Bob just done that with Floyd Mayweather and a couple other guys. Like he don't mind duck goose, baby. He don't mind duck goose. And so I just feel like this might be a little bit of Bob Ehrman. It's more his style than Loma. I feel like it's more his move than Loma.
So you feel like it's more Bob Ehrman than Loma?
It's
I can
the
respect that.
decision is coming from management. It's coming from the top. That's what I
Yeah, I
think.
can respect that. I can respect that it is. I can say that it might be a little bit more Bob Ehrman than Loma, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. So that's. I mean, those the guys that I feel like And then now when you think about the top two, uh, Usyk, he's beat everybody from cruiserweight and heavyweight. He's beaten undefeated fighters. He's fought everybody they put in front of him. He beat Anthony Joshua. He beat Tyson Fury. I mean, Tank ain't do that. Even if he is the boogeyman. You get what I'm saying?
I
Tank ain't
mean,
do that.
Never given the opportunity.
everybody that they put in front of him, not people that he put in front of him, that they put in front of him, he haven't beat.
Yes, he's beat everybody that's been put in front of him, and he's still undefeated. And I agree with the undefeated record. That's why he's number 3. But when you talk about now, you get to the point of like we got past skills. Can his skills go there? Yes, his skills is good enough to go there, right? So uh, then we say resume. His resume is good enough to be up there, right? For sure. Victories over high quality opposition. He has victories over some high quality opposition. So all that's there. Wins in big fights, all that's there. All of these guys on the top 5 meet the same criteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then you get to looking at belts. Because belts got to be a part of it too once you get to that point. And they got more. They've done more, a lot more.
So you saying he need to hop the fence and turn the grass over in the neighbor's yard to basically accomplish what he need to accomplish. The fact that he's been in his own backyard and turned over his grass and made it new is not enough. He need to go to the neighbor's yard and do it as well. A bigger yard, per se.
Well, they've done it all. They've done it like with Bud, right? You look at Bud Crawford, right? Bud Crawford started at I believe 130. You know, uh, So you got 130, 135. He went to 140. I mean, my bad. He started at 135. Go from 135 to 140. Becomes undisputed champion at 140. Beats everybody that he's supposed to beat at 140. Okay?
Uh,
The guys that and Terrence Bud Crawford was the boogeyman. Okay? Definitely the boogeyman. All right. Goes to 147. He's the boogeyman at 147 too. He couldn't get the big fights. He couldn't get the Danny Garcias that didn't want to fight him. He couldn't get the Keith Thurmans they didn't want to fight him. You know what I mean? So a lot of the fights that he would have probably had on his resume, he didn't even get those. What he did is he collected his belt. He defended his title against the best competition as far as in like rank wise. You know, so his resume is great, but he don't got a bunch of champions on there until you get to the point where you're looking at Amir Khan. That's a champion. Stopped him. You look at a Sean Porter. That's a champion. Stopped him. All of the champions that went and had big, quote unquote, big fights lost, and now they couldn't get the next big fight. He was the guy that they was trying to get a belt from. And he was coming through cleaning them up. Okay? So at that point, he faced top level competition. He got all the belts, and then he go beat one of the guys that's on the pound for pound list, and like that was ranked higher than him on the pound for pound list in a lot of people's eyes. So boom, demolishes him. Okay. Now you're the undisputed at 147 as well as 140. He went through the tough journey, the same journey that Tank technically would have to go through. Let's say if he went through two weight divisions. The thing about Tank is that he was at 130 for a little bit, but he been at 135 for a long time, and he ain't go collect all the belts. He didn't go beat Devin Haney when Devin Haney had all the
understood.
belts.
Understood.
You get what I'm
But
saying?
yeah, but to Tank's defense, and please, the Nate Sports Network, don't take this as no joke or nothing. But to Tank's defense, Tank is a much smaller guy, and to put on all of that weight like that, I mean, you're essentially trying to look like Victor Ortiz in the ring at some point because you know what I'm saying the Victor Ortiz of today, not of yesterday, because we seen him not too long ago. He's all big and chubby, so and he's a little guy too, you know, but not as little as Tank. Tank's much smaller, so to put on a lot of pounds like that, I don't think Tank wants to do that. You know what I'm saying? And to his defense, that's probably in his best because I mean, not saying it's going to be heavy, but you're going to be essentially looking at keep climbing up and weight. You know what I'm saying? When you've been at this weight for so long, just fight the people that's want to fight you, people that's in front of you, and dominate your division. If you start picking up some weight, so be it. You know, jump on to the next round. Or like you say, he's only at the 135 right now. Devin Haney and them at the 140 and all of that. Hey, go see them guys. Jump up. Start cleaning up.
That's true.
well,
If you are who you say you are, start cleaning up.
well, in my opinion, this is the
5 pounds
thing.
ain't that much weight to jump up. You know, it ain't
Oh
like a
no.
sweet axe at 20 or 25. Like, yeah, jump up 5 pounds and beat their head in.
Well, I think that the jump up, right? It's not a big jump up, 5 pounds, right? I think that he can, but I mean, let's be real. He been at 135 for all of these years, and he still hasn't been a unified champion. He still hasn't had two belts at the same time.
Do you
Now,
think that was because he was with the money team, a result of being with the money team for so long? Is that why?
yes and no. I think that he lost his belt on the scale one time, and that's because he was ready to move up. And I think that at that point, his mindset changed on belts. He really started looking at money fights. It started being, all right, look, I've already been a world champion. Let me just go get this bag up. You know what I mean? And there's nothing against that mentality, but it's like I want to make big fights. I don't really care about if they the champion. I want the name. you
Yeah.
know. And so I think that and when you look at when you get to this level, right? And I feel like any one of those fighters could be the best fighter in the world at the top of that list. You know, you could say Usyk is the best fighter in the world. You could say Bud is the best fighter in the world. You could say Tank is the best fighter in the world. You could say Inoue is the best fighter in the world. You know, any one of those guys. You know, so you at that top level, and little centimeters is going to separate the guys. It's not going to be feet. You know. And so when you look at the centimeters of it, you say, all right, Bud has been a champion 10 times. Tank has been a champion twice. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
it's kind of a difference at that point. Those are centimeters though when you think about both of them fighting champions, both of them fighting top level competition, both of them fighting at, the highest level that there is. They're not fighting the lowest level guys or none of that. If they put a real true bum in the ring with Tank, they don't last 2 rounds. You got to go and get a guy that got some decent pedigree, a guy that or has shown that they can fight at that top level against other champions. You can't put him in the ring against a guy that got like 5 fights. That's why Abdullah Mason is a great fighter, but if he fought Tank right now, we would probably be looking at a Tank domination.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Abdullah Mason is probably the best young prospect at that weight. You do got Kid Schofield, Floyd Schofield. A lot of y'all ain't hip to him yet, and I'm definitely gonna hip y'all to Kid Schofield. But like it's you know it's a lot of young fighters, a lot of young talent, but at this point, Tank has been there for so long, and so it's like now you got to do what you're supposed to do, Tank. You gotta not what you're supposed to do because he's been doing what he's supposed to do. He's making the big fights or whatever. But if you want to, solidify up your legacy, go get the belt out of 135. I think he's the best fighter at 135. I think he beat everybody there. But go get him. You know what I mean? Go beat the
Yeah.
guys you
I
got to
think
beat to get the rings.
at this point, you
Yeah,
gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
It's not, no more range that you had. You just have to go do this tank. That's all it is.
I mean, if I'm Tank, I'm gonna be real. If I'm Tank, right, and I'm Calvin Ford, and shout out to Calvin Ford and Kenny Ellis, man, they are two of the best top notch guys in boxing, man. I really got a whole lot of respect and love for those guys, especially what they do in DC. If I'm them, right, and I'm the team, and I say, look, 6 fights left, right, I got one belt, right. This is what I'm doing. One, my next fight is for another belt, okay. So I'm only going to look at Zepeda. I'm only going to look at Shakur Stevenson, and I'm only going to look at Liam Paro. I mean, no, Liam Paro was at 140. I'm not sure who got that last 135 belt right now, so I can double check that though. About to double check it down, but I'm going for right off the jump. I'm trying to get that Zepeda fight. Okay, you don't want the Zepeda. They don't want to give me the Zepeda fight. I'm trying to fight Shakur. Okay, they don't want to give me the Shakur fight. My bad. Loma got the other belt. Vasily Lomachenko is the other champion. Guess what? I
That's
tried
why
to get
Lomo. That's why Lomo ducking them.
the Loma fight. Guess what? Couldn't get the Loma fight. All right. So for me, I'm hard on Zepeda. Like no homo, no weird shit. No disrespect to anybody's whatever. I'm not saying derogatory way. No Diddy if you want to use that. You know what I mean? Pause if you want to go there. Whatever you want to say. Me personally, Williams Zepeda would be my biggest target. I will be calling Oscar De La Hoya every day trying to make that fight because I don't want to fight anybody that's not a champion. Okay. You got Ryo, who who beat, you got Ryo who beat Pitbull. So that's a money fight. I don't want that. I want to fight for my legacy. Okay. The only way I take a money fight is if I can go up to 140 and fight one of those champions at 140 and still retain my belts at 140. Because what I will be trying to do is go be 2-time undisputed in those 6 fights. So I'm coming up there and I'm trying to use 2 fights to be for unification fights at 135, and I'm trying to take 4 fights, three to maybe 3 fights in at 135 to unified, and maybe 3 fights at 140 to fight either unified or whatever. I'm trying to go get undisputed in both divisions because if I'm Tank Davis, I feel like I can beat everybody between 135 and 140.
Yeah, I about to say at that point, if I'm gonna clean up 135, it's a must I clean up 140. So I would not have just 6 fights left in my career. It'll be cleaned up man time. It's whatever I feel like I'm cleaning up, whatever mess is left on whatever how I got to go clean it up. That's it. In
But
135 and 140 pounds. And I don't care who you are, I'm that man. If I'm
well,
going
Tank
like
said that.
if I'm gonna take 3 fights, I'm not just gonna say, oh, take 3 fights at 140 and just bow out and not nah. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna be like. I'm gonna be like a wolf on a hunt for a meal without the pack. I'm by myself, I'm by the lonely dolo. So I got to go all in. That's how I would be. I could not bow out gracefully with 3 bouts in the 140. I couldn't do that.
I mean, why not?
Why
Why
would
not think
you?
about it?
But
You
I'm gonna
spend
say
your
though,
whole
this like,
career,
what if you
you
move
see
up
even
and it's
making
just
a
not the
jump.
right move? It's not. What if
Huh?
you move up and or move down and it's just not the right move for you? You like, look, I just don't feel right at this weight. You know, maybe the punches are bigger, maybe the punches are lighter, maybe me being at that weight is not right for my body. Where I thought maybe this, I could do it. I figured out I can't do it. Is it okay to move back into you? I think Adrian Broner need to move down. I think he's a fool. He's a
Yeah,
fool.
I mean, yeah, I think that that works, but in this situation, right now, the champions at 135, like I said, Tank. So we starting with Tank. So you got Zepeda, who is under Oscar De La Hoya. You got Lomachenko, who is under Top Rank, and uh you got Shakur Stevenson, who's now with Matchroom. Okay, and then at 140, right, the belts. You got Devin Haney, who is WBC belt, I believe. He's like a free agent, whatever the case may be. Then you got Ryo, who just beat Pitbull. You beat Pitbull with one hand, so you know you could beat Ryo. You know what I mean? More than likely. And no knock to Ryo, but that's how I would feel. If I beat Pitbull with one hand and you had a close fight with Pitbull, I'm probably going to beat you too. Okay? And then you have Liam Paro, who right now is like a dark horse, but I think takes Liam Paro to town. You know what I mean? So you don't, and then you got Teofimo Lopez, who has one of the belts at 140 as well. The only threat I feel like in that situation is Tio, but I think Tank beats Tio too.
What about Inoue?
Inoue is at 120 at 122.
He'd
Okay.
come up to 135
I
and
mean
fight Tank. You think he would?
and no. No, he absolutely won't come up to 135. The furthest I see him going up right now is 130.
And
Tank can
Tank
make
like to come down to 130. Would Tank come down?
I think Tank could probably make. I think it would have to be a catch weight around 133 because I think Tank could probably get down to 133. That's what he weighed in at as his last fight. I don't know if he can go much lower than 133.
Um, I think Tank would be in a way and beat him
Yeah, I mean,
convincingly.
yeah, I think he's too big for Inoue. No offense Inoue and pause or whatever else, But yeah, I don't think Tank has a concern when it comes to Inoue, in my opinion. But that's what I'm saying. If I got 6 fights, right? Let's say because Liam Paro and Devin Haney supposed to fight. So let's say either one of them win. Let's say Devin Haney win for the sake of speaking. I think Tank beats Devin Haney, and you can win the other 2 belts against Teofimo. You know what I mean? Do y'all get where I'm going with this?
No, I see where you're going, but I'm just saying I wouldn't make that jump and do all of that, make the jump and only do 3 fights in that weight class in my career. That's all I'm saying. I wouldn't make that jump, and then that be my end all be all. Just 3 fights. That wouldn't be it. I've been like I said, if I cleaned up 135 and I make the jump, I'm gonna clean up 142.
Yeah, I think you owe it to yourself that if you do that, but not if you don't feel like it's the right move for you after fighting at that late weight. I think you give yourself one fight to figure out if you can handle it. And if you really know you can't handle it, I think you should move to where you belong or where you were at previously. I felt like, again, I use Adrian Broner as the example for that. I just felt like he should have been moved back then.
I mean, even Broner's fight against Cobb, I don't think that Broner fought a bad fight. I just think Broner needs to let his hands go more often. If he lets his hands go more often in that fight, he wins that fight easily.
But
To
I
me.
think he's not letting his hands go because that weight, that punches is weighing in.
No, bro, that's been his whole career though. Even before the weight jump, Broner has always had a problem letting his hands go. He's
Well, not
always had a
always.
problem.
No, not when he was at
That
the other
came.
weight. He didn't. He
That
was
came
knocking
late.
things. He was knocking people out.
Yeah, that came. That came after his
He
trainer
had that
time.
problem.
That came after his trainer passed. He started to have a problem where he wasn't throwing his hands as much. I think he would have thrown his hands a lot more in this fight, but when he got knocked down, I think that he had that injury, and that just didn't allow him to be himself. You know, it don't allow him to even throw even a little bit. Even if he would have thrown a little bit more, I think that injury still affects. It was a shoulder and elbow injury from he fell on his arm. So um, I don't know.
I know he ain't knocked nobody out since he moved. We covered that.
Yeah,
Since he
But
moved
he
up, he
won.
hasn't knocked
He won
nobody
though.
out.
He won though. He's won
yeah, he
since he
won, but
moved
not
up.
knockout.
Yeah.
Even though
Not
that means you
knockout.
can handle it. If you can win in that division, that means you can handle it. You don't
Well,
have
like
to
That's
knock
Benavidez,
nobody out.
do y'all
that's true.
remember what Benavidez said after his last fight when he moved up? Benavidez said, "Hey, this is a lot different, man. I'm not sure I'm ready for this." He said the punches are heavier. He said my punches don't affect the way they did previously. This is what Benavidez said after the fight. He said,
Yeah, I
"I'm not
mean,
sure if this the right thing."
but he hung in there, didn't he?
Won. Benavidez won.
Yeah,
And he
he hung in there. He won. He won. I know what fight you're talking about. I think we covered
yeah,
that fight.
yeah,
I
we
know what
covered
fight you're
it.
talking about.
Yeah,
Um, but even in that, he's even in his truth, he's still letting you know, hey, yeah, they heavy, y'all. I agree, but he's really telling you, I'm still that dog, though. Even though they are heavy, hey, I'm thinking to myself, is this right for me? But he won the fight.
he definitely won.
That also puts a hone in your mind, like, hey, even though these punches are a little more heavier, this is what I can do to, withstand that and guard that and get back on my D. I won the fight,
He definitely
and I
won.
took the punches. They much heavier, but I took them.
He definitely won. He did not knock the guy out though. A little, he did knock the guy out, and he hit him with some shots, man. I think if he was at one, back down the way he was at, I think it was at 147, wherever he was at. If he was
He was
at that,
at he was
he
at 168 at first, and then
158. At 158, somebody
168.
that over
Yeah,
the he hit Slim with. That's me. That's
I
just
mean,
my.
maybe.
I
I mean,
don't go ahead.
sometimes your opponent just got a chin, man. You know what I
That ain't
mean?
what Benavidez said though. He said he could that at this weight, them it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it is. I do agree
And
with. I would say it is different, but it just
it's
depends on the person you in front of. To be real,
it's different because those the type of punches he's talking about. These fighters at that weight that he jumped to are taking these punches day in and day out when they get in sparring and they hop in the ring or whatever. So it's different for him, but it ain't different for them. So you coming with that, they like, what you think you doing? We eating them joints, Slim.
yeah.
So yeah. So it's different for him to take that punch, but it ain't different for them because they taking them punches already. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? They already getting hit with that.
Who are naturally at
Yeah.
weight. Naturally. So
Mhm.
and my thing is only time you move up is if you came down, in my opinion, from your natural weight. I don't think you should go above. This is my opinion. I don't ever think you should go above where you naturally are walk around weight. I think you should stick around there, maybe go up a little bit, but to jump 10, 20, 30 pounds, oh, heck no. Nah, no
Yeah,
way. I think
the
that's a
fight.
much. I think you should move down, though. You can move down if you normally 165, move down to 147 if you want to, or maybe somewhere around 10 pounds. Because I think if you at 157, you could still do a catch weight. 147 catch weight, you'll end up back at like 155, 160, come the time to fight once you put the fluids back in you.
I don't know, man. I think that's a relative thing about, what the sanction allows and how big you blow up.
Right.
How big you blow up. Right now, they are talking about Terrence Bud Crawford potentially fighting Fundora, the Towering Inferno. Remember we did the Tim Zoo fight?
Yeah.
The tall guy that Tim Zoo fought, basically. So
And
that's
Bud
Bud's potential next fight.
still at what? 150? What we at? He in the 50s,
Yeah,
right?
154. Yeah, 154.
154.
How did y'all? I didn't like his showing at 140 at 154, the first one. I didn't like his showing. I mean, that's another good example. And a lot of other people didn't like his showing either. We did score the fight. And if we go back and look, a lot of people said the other guy won.
I
Yeah, a lot of
disagree
people
totally
thought
with
the other
that.
guy won. It was a
I
close
totally
fight, but
disagree.
I believe Bud took it over. They were going back and forth a lot in the first half of the fight, but I believe Bud took it over in the second half of the fight.
Yeah, yeah.
I
The
agree
second
with
half of the fight was totally dominated by Bud. I don't even think it was close. I think it was 8-4. After rewatching the fight, I thought it was closer than that. Watching the fight, I gave it like a 7-5, which is a decently close fight. But I definitely gave it like an 8-4 after watching the fight. I don't feel like Madrimov really wanted to engage as much as people thought he did. He did land some decent punches, but he wasn't trying to engage.
Okay, but I don't think Bud was as dominant as he was previous to moving. That's
Uh,
more thing. I don't think he was as dominant. Now it was his first fight at that weight, so you got to give him some time to see what he can do with it. You know what I'm saying? But for me, we didn't see the same Bud Crawford at 154 that we saw at 147.
I mean,
Yeah,
I can
I
say
have
that,
to
but
agree.
But I would say this: it's about the opponent as well. Your opponent, like we were saying, your opponent got to be one in the fight. If your opponent come in the fight ready to fight, then that's one thing. If your opponent literally dancing around the ring, and whenever you coming in close, they move back just an inch, then that's not going to be a very entertaining, wanting to fight. It's not going to show that they ready and wanting and willing to fight.
I think the guy was he was willing to fight. That guy that Bud fought, I forgot his name. He was willing to
Marginal.
fight.
I don't feel like
Marco,
Marginal
yeah.
was.
He was
Yeah,
willing to fight. I
that's
didn't.
not the. That wasn't the Madrimov I was used to seeing. That's what I'm gonna say.
I was about to say the Marjamalt that I seen in highlights and stuff. That wasn't him. It was him a little bit, but he didn't let his hands go as much. And I think Marjamalt might have got hit with a punch that made him think twice about letting his hands go.
I think
Yeah,
that's possible. I can see that.
You know,
And
because Bud has knockout power. We already know that. Knockout power, you don't lose your knockout power because of if you really a knockout artist, you don't lose your knockout power because of the weight class. I'm sorry. If you really about knocking people out, that's what you do. It's gonna go with you from your weight class to weight class.
I agree. I agree. However, I still think that this wasn't the same Bud. That I mean, I can't. It wasn't not from where I was standing. It wasn't the same Bud.
I mean, I think the muscle memory of Bud has to be the last stand of what he did before he jumped to the upper class. And what he did to Earl Spence still stands out in people's mind. Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's what he's supposed to do to people. But Earl Spence was a whole different story. Like, I don't know what was going on with Earl Spence in that fight, where his head was at because he didn't look like himself at the beginning of that fight. I'll go ahead and just say it because I seen a post with him hanging with Mike Tyson 3 4 days before the fight, and Mike Tyson gave him one of them gift boxes, and it had a little bit of everything in there: shrooms, some couple tray fives, some wax, some dabs. And that little when Earl Spence showed up, it looked like Earl Spence had done the whole box by the time he showed up. To be honest, if y'all was looking at Earl Spence, the boy looked high. I'm gonna just be
Yeah,
honest.
he did.
It's
He
about he
did.
was dehydrated. No, the boy look high.
But he
I'm gonna
still,
just be honest.
Bud still dismantled a top level fighter.
He
Bud
definitely
still
did look high.
dismantled a top level
He
fighter, man.
did not blaming it on him being smack or nothing, because that's
He
his
was
fault. You
smacked.
want to come to the fight smack? That's your fault. You know what I'm saying? Not
He was
blaming it on none
smacked.
of that. So if you couldn't come down on whatever Mike gave you in 4 days, that's your fault. You shouldn't have hung with Mike. Somebody should have told you to stay there. Stay away from Mike. You about to fight. Don't you go visit Mike. If you had a good friend, he would have told you, hey, Earl, don't you go do that. You see,
Yeah.
I might be tripping on the video sometimes. That's gonna be you. Don't you go hang with Mike. Wait till after the fight. Celebrate after the fight. You know what I'm
I
saying? But
mean,
either way, Bud Crawford beat the brakes off that boy. He had dropped him early. When he had dropped him early, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
this ain't gonna end too well. And it
He
didn't. And he had that boy
dismantled
leaking.
a
It,
top level fighter,
oh
man.
my
Let's be clear
goodness.
about that. He dismantled a top level fighter, man. So that's why I say he wasn't as dominant as the Bud that we and like you just said, Big Son, the last one we saw, the last Bud we saw, that wasn't the same Bud that we
Yeah.
saw in the last fight after that. It just wasn't. So that's my thing. I watched him dominate a
But
champ.
I think we can welcome that Bud into this weight class, though. I think we will see that Bud in this weight class, and I think he's going to prove it in this next fight.
I mean, I just look at it like Madrimov. Madrimov is a sturdy, he's one of those guys that he can move. He got really good footwork. It's gonna be hard defensively. He's a lot better than most fighters, and I think a lot of people just not giving Madrimov credit. They're talking about Jaron Ennis is potentially trying to fight Madrimov next, so
Mm.
that'll be interesting as well. If Jaron Ennis is able to get Madrimov out, I don't know if he is. I think Ron Ennis is a beast, but Madrimov is a different animal, especially when you come to footwork and you come to sound fighting. He was just sound the whole time, and that's
You
hard
talking
to.
about boots?
No, I'm talking about Madrimov. The whole
No,
fight with
I'm talking about
Bud.
Ennis.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying the whole fight with Bud, Madrimov was sound. I don't know if Boots can necessarily take Madrimov off of that.
Mm. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. I
So
mean, it is.
even with him wanting to fight Madrimov is interesting because that mean you want to smoke with Bud.
Yeah, he is. He does want smoke with Bud, but he's not in Bud's weight class. I really think it's a bad move to chase Bud.
Is Madrimov in Bud's weight class?
Yes, but Boots is not.
So that's what
So
I'm
Boots,
saying. Boots would be potentially jumping up a weight class, right?
yeah, yeah.
And which has Boots cleaned up his weight class?
No.
And what weight class will he be in?
All right. So right now Boots is in 147. Okay. Uh, Bud Crawford just vacated the rest of his belts in 147. Now that he's the 154-pound champion. Okay. This was Bud's first fight away from 147 and into 154. Okay. Boots is at 154. I mean, excuse me, at 147. Okay. He
Hmm.
has a belt at 147. He actually has the belt that was stripped from Terrence Bud Crawford after the Earl Spence Jr. fight. The IBF the IBF does a weird thing where they give you a mandatory opponent, and if you don't fight the mandatory opponent that they give you, even if you do get into unification or undisputed fight or whatever, you do become undisputed that night, but they usually immediately strip you after. So you can't go fight for the full belts again as an undisputed champion. You can't like defend your undisputed titles a lot of times because the IBF a lot of times jump in and say, all right, well, you ain't fight our mandatory champion, so we stripping you of the belt. I mean, you ain't fight our mandatory contender, so we stripping you of the belt. And so that's what happened with Bud. Right after he fought Earl Spence Jr., he was stripped of the IBF belt and they gave it to Jerron Boots Ennis. Jerron Boots Ennis just defended that belt recently. Okay. So right now, Boots only got one belt. He ain't cleaned up nothing in 147 yet. You know?
Interesting.
So I think Boots needs to clean up 147. Even before, like, I think that that's more important than going up against Bud.
I disagree. I disagree.
I was about
I got a rebuttal.
go ahead. Let's hear.
I personally think that he should fight Crawford. I think he should. Because at the end of the day, like I was saying about Shakur Stevenson, if you can't sit on the sidelines if you're trying to make noise. If you're trying to make some noise, go make some noise. And I can't be mad at him for trying to get at Crawford. I can't be mad at him. Boots we watch Boots. Boots can go. And Boots want to fight the best. So I welcome that. You know, I want to see more of it.
I don't disagree with that, but what I'm saying is you got to do your work at home before you go on foreign land trying to do work. And right now, his home is 147. He ain't done enough in 147 to say that I'm the man in 147. You know?
Do you think anybody in 147 can rock with Boots right now?
No, but there's some interesting fights there.
They're like interesting, but
they right like there you go, Big Son. They interesting, but they ain't Boots.
They're interesting, right? But they're not. They're going to waste time in his career in his eyes because time waits for no man. And he's like, my time is right now. My name is Hat. His name is Hat. And that's who I want.
Yeah, I get you where you come there, right? But you got to think about it like this. You still want to have certain accolades under your name, right? You still want to have certain accolades under your name. You still want to have undisputed champion, unified champion, 147-pound champion, 154-pound champion, a multi-weight division champion. Those are things that you want to put under your resume. He got to at least unify the belts. You know, he only got one belt. At least unify the belts before you get to chasing a whole nother weight division.
I mean, but the thing is, why unify them and waste my time beating people that I already know I'm going to beat? I want to go get the guy that I want. Bump these belts and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? I want to go get the guy that I want. I respect that more than you sitting around here wasting time to chase some belts and unify them and then go see old Bud Crawford. I want to see you right now.
Yeah, I'm with Big Son. I think that, you know, for Boots, for Boots, he like, I'm not fighting these dudes so they one of these dudes can well up and knock me out. Nah, give me the real fights, man. So that way, if I lose to Crawford, that's cool. I lost to Crawford. Okay, I lost to Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That's not especially if he's competitive, that's not a legacy herder all the way, like it would be if he lost to a bum.
Well, I don't think he's thinking about losing at all. I think he thinks he can beat Bud.
I think he can too, and I think he can.
I think that he got a chance, you know?
Yeah.
I think he got a chance, you know? I would like to see him fight though, like at 147. Show that division that you the guy, because that way you could build your name as well. You're not showing that division you the guy by
he's trying to do
up.
it by fighting Boots. I'm gonna show you. You just said it. Boots was the boogeyman at 147. You said it. You say that all the time. I'm going to get the boogeyman.
Yeah.
And if the boogeyman ran at 154, guess what? I'm gonna go up to 154, go ahead and knock this boogeyman out, and I can go back to 147 if I want to.
Yeah, but once you go up to 154, you going more than likely, especially if you beat a champion at 154, you're more than likely not going back down to 147. You're gonna
I
make
would.
a
If I just came if I came specifically for Boots, if I came specifically for Crawford, I'm gonna fight Crawford and go back to where I belong. I'm coming for this one fight.
No, what Jerron Ennis said is that he would like to be 4-time undisputed world champion. So he want to go 147, 154, 160, 168. So if he gets up to 154, I don't see him going back to 147. So take the steps the way that they supposed to be taken. That's just the way I look at it. If that's what you want to do, you want to be 4-time, you want to do something nobody else has ever done. Even Bud is not probably going to be able to do this at this point. You know what I mean? Like Bud is at 2 undisputed, 2 weight division undisputed, right? So if you go from 2 weight disputed undivision to 3, because at 154 you got a chance to go undisputed. You know, right now I believe he holds 2 belts at 154. He fight Fundora, who holds a belt. So I think that'll be 3 belts, and you got 1 more belt at 154. I believe maybe Charlo has that last belt or somebody like that. Okay. So
Him and Charlo been talking about getting at it for a minute now. That's a fight I really want to see right there.
I think
I
Bud
really
beats
want to see
Charlo.
that fight.
I think Bud beats Charlo.
I think he do beat him, but I think it's going to be a competitive fight.
Nah. I think it looks like the Earl Spence fight.
I don't know if it's going to look that bad.
That's just the
I
way
don't know.
the way I feel. I feel like Earl
Them,
Spence.
them brothers really brothers. They really they brothers keeper. He ain't letting them go see Mike 4 nights before the fight.
I don't know, man.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
I
He ain't
don't
letting
know.
his brother go do that.
I'm with Big Son on that one. The support system is there.
I think that'll be a much more interesting fight
I don't. I don't.
than the Earl Spence and
That's the
Mark
that's the
Paul.
that's the Charlo that took the dive with Canelo.
But see, was he talking trash to Canelo like he was to Crawford?
Yes.
I don't think
Yeah.
he was he been taunting Crawford, be at
Yeah.
Crawford fight, all that.
Yeah.
Talking trash, yelling while he up
He
there
was at the
fighting,
Earl Spence
standing
fight.
up. He wasn't doing that to Canelo. What he was
No,
doing to Bud.
exactly.
That's what I'm saying. He wasn't taunting Canelo like he was taunting Bud. He been taunting Bud.
That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, then I think Bud goes 3-time undisputed, and he wants to fight Canelo and become 4-time undisputed. He wants to fight Canelo for the 168 belts. So Bud, that is.
Bud stands a chance against Canelo. I think he's a fool. I don't think he stands a chance. I think Canelo knocks him out.
I beg to differ.
Yeah, I don't think he stands a chance against Canelo.
I don't know about that.
Knocks him out in the second round.
I would beg to differ. I think Bud Hart is a different type of heart. You know what I'm saying? I think he got a different type of drive, and I think if Canelo think that he's going to come in there and throw power shots and all that, and that's going to stop Bud, I think he's stripping.
Now I do think Canelo ducks the fight. He's going to duck the fight. But I think if they ever make it to the ring, then I think Canelo knocks him out either.
Oh
no, absolutely not.
That's me.
Absolutely not.
I don't think he knocking Bud. I don't think he knocking Bud.
I don't even think it'll be close to knockout. You know what I mean? I don't think Bud's going to get hurt that bad to be knocked out. You saying knockout? Like literally knockout, like him getting
knocked down.
I think he knocks him out. Sorry, let me come.
Count to 10, knock him out.
I think he knocks him out. I think he knocks him out. Let me go and turn this camera.
You talking about Bud?
I think he knocks him out.
You think Bud goes down for a 10 count?
Yeah, I think he goes down for a 10 count. I'm gonna keep it
I
real.
doubt it.
That's only, and then let me say this: it might be unfair to judge him off his first fight at 147. But if he's struggling at
At
147,
154.
imagine if he get to
154.
154. If he's struggling at 154, imagine when he get to 168. That's my
Bruh.
thing. Until I see him at 154, look like somewhat of the Bud that I know Bud to be, I'm just going with Canelo.
I think we not man. We're gonna see that Bud in his next fight. We're
Hey,
gonna see
bruh.
that Bud in his next
Even
fight.
if we don't, even if we never see that Bud again, bruh, I don't see him getting 10 count knocked out, bruh. I don't. I
And
don't.
neither do I.
I don't. That's a
I don't
stretch,
see
bruh.
it.
I think he's going down. I think Canelo is that good of a fighter. And I don't know, but my thing is with Canelo. This is my only problem with Canelo. He do duck. He's ducking Benavidez. And so I want to see Terrence Crawford and Canelo. I want to see Canelo and Benavidez.
Nah, Canelo top dog. You gotta see Crawford and Benavidez first.
No, I want to see Canelo and
It,
Benavidez. I think
it's
Benavidez has earned a chance at Canelo at this point. I think he's
yeah,
earned it.
yeah, it's the order of things though. You know what I'm saying?
How does Bud
Because
get so much?
Canelo is on top right now. Canelo's on top right now. And Bud is below Canelo and Benavidez right now. He will have to see Benavidez first. He will
No,
have to
I
see him
think
first.
Benavidez have already beat all the contenders. Crawford
He ain't.
Crawford is a rookie in the weight class. He's not even a factor in that, in my opinion. I think the factor is Benavidez is the main factor for
So
Canelo. Worked his way as the number one contender.
how could you put Bud to fight? You saying Bud to fight Canelo first?
No, I'm saying
Okay.
Canelo Benavidez to fight Canelo first. I think Canelo should fight Benavidez before he take any other fight. Even the one he about to fight now, I don't think he should have took it. I think he should go ahead and fight Benavidez. All of this, I need 200 million. I need this. We don't want to. No, you need to get in that ring. Is what you need to do.
I can agree with that.
It's on that man terms though.
I don't see, but his terms are, I'm going to use my terms to prevent me from having to fight. That's what he's doing. Hey man, look, this my number. And this is my number.
That's a big enough. It's a big enough fight. Why wouldn't he?
Because he know that it's impossible to do, so he's using it to duck.
That's kind of how I feel too.
I don't think he's ducking.
What is he doing there? What is he doing? If he not ducking, what is he doing?
Payday. Looking for a big payday.
Nah, bruh. Nah, bruh. He's already rich. He already made. Let's say Canelo has made over. Let's say he made close to at least 400 million. Right at 400 million. Right. Let's say he made somewhere near there. Why not take the fight? Why do you need half of your career earnings to go where you talk about going? Where it's the next place to go. It's literally the next spot to go to.
Yeah. I believe that he saw Benavidez can boogie, man. I think he's scared of Benavidez a little bit. That's my opinion. Benavidez can boogie. Benavidez ain't no slouch. I think he's scared of Benavidez a little bit. As crazy as that sounds, but I think he's ducking. Yeah, he ducking him. You're ducking. You know, all I can do is say you're scared. That's the only thing I know the reason for anybody. You're scared of something. Now, maybe it ain't him per se. Whatever it is, you scared of something. That's why you ain't taking the fight, because you're taking the fight against these slouches.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely right.
I can see if you wasn't fighting nobody, you fighting the slouches. So it's something about Benavidez that you like, look, I need 200 million. That should tell you guys you ain't getting 200 million for the slouches.
Yes. Yes. Agreed.
Sacramento.
Agreed.
Y'all hit on that. I've been saying
That's
this.
where I'm
He
going.
trying to get a payday off Benavidez.
Yes, I can agree with that 1,000,000%. Like,
It's because of the
seriously,
name. The other guys don't got the name.
seriously, I can agree with that.
I mean, what would be the deal? He take two and Benavidez take one, 100 mil.
Benavidez ain't getting 100 mil.
I'm just asking. I'm
Ain't
just
no
asking. I
If
don't know.
Canelo get two, Benavidez ain't getting one. That's 300
What
million. It
what
don't
It's
get
what
not
three.
three to go around. The most that fight grosses is about maybe 125, 130. And that's a good number. If you could gross 130 million in one night, you're doing good. You're doing good. So I think that's the highest they might can get. They don't have 200 million to give him. He know that. He know when them numbers coming. Come on, now. He been doing this for 65 fights. He know that goodness
but they
got
the
that
biggest.
boy.
Hold on, they the biggest. They the biggest though.
He know
They
this,
the
man.
biggest. They the biggest. They the biggest in the
They not
in
the
the
biggest.
Mexican market. Mexican market. They not.
They the biggest in the Mexican market, yes,
Thank you. Thank you. That's
but
big.
So
they are
is
not.
Mexico driving 200 million in one day by themselves?
Probably so, maybe more.
No, bro. No, they ain't done
Not
another 2
Mexico. Not Mexico. Mexicans, and they everywhere. They ain't just in Mexico. Stop playing, y'all. They ain't just in Mexico. They here and they everywhere.
Okay, well, how come they ain't drove 200 million for him yet? He fought 60 something fights. They ain't drove that type of number yet.
Only
So if
fight,
they
only
sold it
fight
for
that
them,
was worth
they would at least got
only
close.
fight that was maybe even worth that number was the fight he had against Mayweather.
That
Right.
didn't even drive no 200 million.
Nope.
Why didn't it?
It wasn't, bruh. It didn't.
Floyd got paid.
What was their payday? What was their
Floyd,
payday?
I think Floyd got like. I think Floyd got 100.
Mm-hmm.
And I
But
think
Floyd is a promoter, bruh. He's a
yeah,
promoter.
yeah. I
That's
think
why he got 100.
yeah. I think Floyd got 100, and I think Canelo was around like 65, 70 million, something like that.
So Floyd was a promoter. In the Canelo fight, Canelo's not a promoter. Benavidez is not a promoter.
I think
No,
Canelo got
Canelo
50
is
up
going to be
front.
the promoter. Canelo is going to be the promoter.
I
He
think
don't have
Canelo got.
he don't have a choice. Right
You
now,
better
do you
be.
think Oscar De La Hoya is going to let him promote that fight? No way.
No, Canelo Alvarez ain't the. He a free agent. He can do what he wants.
Oh, you're free
But
agent.
Mhm.
right now he under PBC.
Right. So when has Canelo even talked about having an aspiration to promote? I never even heard that come out his mouth.
I mean, he technically does promote, but right now he's signed to PBC.
Right. He signed to a promoter. They gonna have to split money.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna have to split.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
I
Is
agree.
that's a high number, bruh. That's a high number, and he know. And like he said, like Point just said, even in the Floyd Canelo fight, Canelo got 65. If let's say Floyd got 100, right? That's 165. Y'all didn't even gross the 200 he's asking for total, bruh. He's asked for 200 by himself.
Yeah. No. He's no way he's getting 200, bro.
They don't have it
no
to
way.
give.
It's no way. It's no way. The only way you get 200 is if somebody just paying literally to watch that fight and say, I don't care what I gotta pay you, I'm gonna pay you whatever. That's the only way that fight happens.
I'm about to say, with the move out of Sheik making, that fight can happen because people gonna grow. You gonna get that money. You gonna get that money right there.
I think it does make sense for that. You can get Mexicans to buy every Mexican to buy Canelo
I'm
Alvarez
telling
fight
you,
for $20.
bruh. That's all I'm about to say. Boy, if you see the liquor store I be by on Friday, and how many cases of beer they come up out of there with, they give up the 20.
Yeah,
That's
they
nothing.
will.
They gonna give up the
They
20.
will give up 20. They definitely gonna give up the 20. But I mean, it doesn't make sense though. That's what I'm saying. Does it make sense? You
Not
know?
if you're trying to make money. Not if I'm a businessman. Because I'm gonna want mine too off the top. I'm gonna want mine before Canelo even get his. Because I'm not fighting Canelo. You're fighting. Only thing I'm here to do is make money. You're here to build a brand and go off into the sunset with a great legacy. And I'm not here for that. I'm here to make some money as an investor. So if I know your price tag is 200, y'all gonna have to show me where you've ever grossed 400 million on a fight. Because guess what? If you paid him by itself 200, it got to be another 200 somewhere else for this to even work.
Yeah.
So unless you can show me where you made 400 million on a fight, I can't invest in that.
I mean, that's true.
It's almost a half for Billy, bro. Almost a half for Billy.
Sheik.
Bro, Alan Sheik does not have the money, bro.
Oh no, he has the money. No.
Yeah, they do. You tripping, bro? The boys got that bag. The boys ain't got no bag. The boy got sacks.
He got the money.
Them boys got sacks.
He got that OPEC money.
Listen, bro. What I mean by he don't got the money is he don't got the money to throw away, bro. Just because you got the cash don't mean you got.
He's not throwing that money away. Got to be.
He's not throwing that money away. But I was seeing them got they definitely got bread, and the people that he tied with they definitely got sacks. They you know what I'm saying, they
get money like A-Rad. Get money like A-Rad.
The Saudis definitely got more than enough money to pay somebody, whoever they want to pay. What I'm saying is they don't got enough money to pay to throw it away. Not 200 million.
Got enough to throw it away. I believe they got enough to throw it away. They just ain't throwing it away.
I'm about to say they got enough to throw it. They just ain't gonna do that. That ain't their nature. That it's not their religion to even throw money away like that. You know what I'm saying? So they wouldn't.
Bro, listen. They got money. Dude, they don't got 200 million just to throw away.
Yes, they do.
Yes, they do.
They got oil money, bro. Oil money is different. Oil money is different, bro. Oil money is different than some regular oil money. Oil money is one of the top 3 monies you can have in the world, bro.
I get what you're saying, but 200 million to throw away, not to get your return. I don't got them having that. Yeah, you got it. You got it. They got it. Is it in a bank account? Yes. Can they got access to it? Yes. Can they spend it? Yes, if they need to. But guess what?
Bro,
they ain't got it to throw it away. They ain't got it to throw it away. Not 200 million.
In Saudi Arabia are Lamborghinis, the police cars.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia are Lamborghinis.
Bro, I'm about to say, bro, they billions in money. You think 200 million, man, when you billion, that don't matter.
200 million does matter.
Not to billionaires, bro. To millionaires, not to billionaires. Not to billionaires, bro.
A billionaire does, but they're more than a billionaire. They're trillionaires almost. Our whole GDP is driven through OPEC, and that's Turkey, Al Sheikh and them. Our whole GDP, the whole American GDP run off of oil. When the gas prices went up, guess what happened? Everything went up. And guess who's paying? Who we paying the surplus to? Them. They got it. They definitely got it. Now, what you're saying is that these are business people. They're not going to just throw that type of money away because they're business people first.
They got it not to throw it away, though. They're
not going to throw it away. I agree with that because they want to see a fluke. Because
when you say
Canelo Alvarez is being greedy, they ain't gonna do that.
When the term money to throw away comes in, that means you have so much it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, they got so much money, 200 million wouldn't even matter to them.
I agree with that. They have that much. They do.
They have that type of money. That 200 million is like what? They're not scrambling and life crisis because they lost 200 million. That's what I'm saying.
It won't be a life crisis, but best believe you me, they ain't going. They going to take it slow for the next couple months after that. That's what I'm saying. They ain't going to
No, I don't see that either. They don't know how to.
Well, trillionaire, yeah, we talking trillion. So that way oversees a lot of stuff. You might not make that mistake again, but you probably won't be moving
I'm
lightly.
just
You
saying
know what I'm
they
saying?
not gonna. All right, put it this way: they not gonna take that loss of 200 million lying down. I tell you that. They gonna find a way to get that 200 million back.
Of course, every hustler finds their way. Of course.
They gonna be looking.
You know, that could be 2 cents on that could be 2 cents on the gas, 2 cents extra on the gas. And
Yep.
people like get 2 cents extra. Yeah, think about all the gas stations in the world. That
Yep.
clean them up right there. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, now I do agree with that. Now, if you was Turkey Island Sheik, would you pay $200 million to Canelo Alvarez?
No, because it's the way he's asking, and the reason he's asking it because he's ducking the fight. I ain't giving you 200 because you ducking the fight.
No, the reason why he asked is he's being a greedy, greedy individual. I'm not gonna say what I want to say, but he's being a greedy individual. Um, and and greed and pride and all that stuff is right before the fall. So be careful of being greedy like that, Alvarez. You know, uh, you made a pretty decent amount of money as we've stated in your career. You had 62 wins in your career. You know, you haven't reached double numbers in losses or ties or anything like that. So you've had a pretty decent career. Don't outweigh the goods you've done on this one deed.
And that's what I say. He's tampering
You
with
know
his
what
legacy.
I'm saying? Yeah.
He's tampering with his legacy. I do believe that. I mean, and it's no offense to Canelo Alvarez, because I am a fan. I do think he's a great boxer. As Leo to point just read out his scorecard. He was one of the ones I said should have been higher. So it
Yeah.
ain't about me not respecting him. I respect you, but you ducking right now, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ducking right now, bro. Like, you need to go ahead and fight that man and stop talking about why you can't do it. Stop telling me why you can't. Tell me why you can't. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't want to hear why you can't. I don't want to hear that no more. We heard it enough. Tell me why you can't. Tell me how do we make this happen other than 200 million? Because that ain't about to happen.
I don't know. I don't know.
So how long has David been chasing him, quote
Oh,
unquote?
he's been chasing him for a while.
Uh, I would like to say probably about like 4 years now, 3 years now, maybe.
See
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm
that's a duck.
saying?
That's a duck.
About 3 years.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a duck.
probably about like yeah, probably about like 2020, 2021, around that time, I believe, is when he first started, like really being. I'm gonna say 2 years where people knew who David Benavidez really was. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna say 2 years, but 3 years total, but like 2 years where people start to say, okay, David Benavidez is worth even acknowledging what he's saying. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah. So,
I
but
kind of see it like how before Pacquiao and Mayweather fought. I kind of see it in that light too, um, because Pacquiao was a guy we all saying like y'all saying he should be fighting Pacquiao now. But what's going to happen is I believe what's going to happen is before Benavidez and Canelo ever fight, I think he's going to have to see Bud before.
well, he said he's more open to seeing Bud.
Who
Canelo
Canelo?
Alvarez.
Why y'all think
Yes,
that is? I told you gonna knock him out. I told y'all.
bruh, bruh.
I'm just saying.
I don't think he's knocking Bud out.
I don't think so either.
I don't think he's knocking Bud out. I think he will have a better fight against Bud. One because of the reach. And Benavidez,
Nah,
the Mexican fighters are different.
nah. I
It's gonna be a clutch out. You know what I'm saying?
think
And the reach difference is staggering when you talk about reach difference. Canelo and Benavidez.
Yeah, the reach difference. Benavidez got the longer reach, but I think it's more or less about you know, that's Canelo's, in my opinion, last big payday. Because there's really nobody else for him to fight after he fight Benavidez. So I feel like
And that's why I think he would let Crawford and them go at it before he go at it.
what, Crawford and Benavidez.
Because it'll build the
Crawford
stage
said
picture.
Crawford not interested in fighting Benavidez.
Yeah, I bet he ain't. I think Benavidez would beat Crawford too.
No, the reason why he's not interested in fighting Benavidez is because Benavidez don't got the belts.
That's true.
Canelo do.
That's true.
There's no point of fighting Benavidez. I don't care about
But my thing is, if you're rising up the ranks and you coming into that weight class, you're not going to be over David. You're going to have to fight him to get to Canelo. You're going to have to fight him.
I agree with Big Son. You can't jump Benavidez.
That's my thing. You can't jump the weight class and then jump the fighter that's ahead of you too. You're going to have to fight him unless on some man terms, excuse my French, unless Canelo get on some sucker shit and just fight Crawford and just skip over Benavidez, which I think ain't on no man term. If I was Crawford, I wouldn't even accept that fight because on man time, I'm coming to see you because you're in front of him.
Yeah.
He did it with Charlo.
What?
Skipped over David Benavidez for somebody that was fighting at 154 pounds.
And like I said, excuse my French again, that's some sucker shit.
That's a sucker move.
That's some sucker shit.
Mm-hmm. It's a sucker move.
But that's what I'm saying. As far as Bud, it can happen. That's what I'm saying. He don't have to fight Benavidez.
I think he do.
Just did it.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, Bud, that you would be on some sucker stuff too if you think you're going to jump a weight class and go fight a man. Even if that man give you a fight, you'll be on sucker time too because this man is in front of you, been waiting 4 years to get at this man. And why won't you put him on blast? Say you ain't ready for him. This is why you can't fight him. This is why you can't get on this stage with this man because you can't even get past me. You see what I'm saying?
That's real.
Bruh.
That'll double step Benavidez up all the way because you will have no more talk then about coming to see Canelo when you can't even beat me and I just stepped on your turf. And you've been here for 4 years playing.
If I don't know David Benavidez, I don't give a goddamn rat's ass what happened to his career.
Nah, bro. I'm coming up the ranks. If I'm cleaning up the ranks,
I want to pay my dues.
The guy with the belt, that's who I want to see. But who's before that guy with the belt that I have to see to get to him? Because I'm not just about to jump a whole weight class and then jump into a ring with the top contender up top. You ain't beat nobody in that weight class.
Yeah, you got to be battle tested. I'm with Big Son there. You got to be battle tested. You got to be battle tested,
bro.
That's why Canelo was saying what he's saying. Canelo know Bud chasing him right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the fight if I was Bud either. I'm gonna be honest.
And like you say, that's gonna be his last payday. If I'm Canelo, I'm the smartest man in chess right now. I'm playing the board correct because if this is gonna be my last big payday, I want it to be astronomical.
Yeah, and so that's
not 200 million, not 200 million astronomical, but I want it to be a payday that I look back and say, yeah, I built my career, I made that chess move, and that's why I ultimately won.
Well, I agree with you saying in a sense, but in my opinion, like Bud, if I'm Bud, I don't care what's going on with David Benavidez and Canelo. We both going after the same fight, regardless of who he is and what he is in that weight division. That don't got nothing to do with me. It don't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China. That's your business. That's your life. That's your career. You know.
It got a lot to do with me.
No, I'm with Big Son.
It got a lot to do with me because if I say that I'm the next man coming up and you the top dog and I'm gonna smack your head, if this dude I've been in fighting in the last 4 years, all I hear is him keep talking, and I'm all right. You keep talking. Guess what? You may not want to see me, but you're going to see me. I'm going to put that fight together, and we're going to fight, and I'm going to shut your mouth up because you've been talking for I don't know how long. You've been talking, running your mouth like you're a big dog, and I can't me, it's just me. I can't say I'm a top tier competitor, and I just come in and fight the number one dog. I ain't fighting none of the other dogs in the ring. I just seen the head one, boom, go get at him. How I know some of them other dogs that was in there. He might be the head competitor. I know some of them other dogs in there wasn't gonna give me no go.
Well, it's true that they might give you go, but this is the thing: you're fighting for legacy, right? If I'm Bud Crawford, I'm in my late 30s. Okay, I don't have but so many fights left.
True.
So what David Benavidez being 28, 29 years old, he got a lot more fight left in him. A lot more fights left to go. So if I'm Bud Crawford, right? If I'm Bud Crawford, then David Benavidez, you got 5 years left after me to do what you want to do. If you never get that Canelo fight and you go win all of the belts, nobody's going to say anything about your career or anything like that. If I go beat Canelo Alvarez, I can be named the greatest boxer of all time. I'm not going to let your career stand in the way of that. I'm already one of the greatest boxers of all time because I've got undisputed in two weight classes. Nobody else did it before I did. I was the first man to do it. So now I'm going to submit my legacy by going up several different weight classes and beating another undisputed champion, becoming undisputed in that weight class as well. So that'll make me three-time undisputed weight division champion. Do I let the fact that you've been ducking that the fighter that I'm trying to fight been ducking another fighter get in the way of that?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. It's not for me. It's not about Benavidez. I mean, it's not about Benavidez for me. If I'm Crawford, it's about making sure I'm ready to fight Canelo. And the only way I can make sure that I'm ready to fight Canelo is I got to do it the right way. I got to go up through the rankings. I got to fight the next contender to the next contender to the next contender, and then I'm really ready for Canelo Alvarez.
Mhm.
I
I
don't
don't
want
agree.
to skip and then
Canelo,
get the Canelo. He
And
knocked
I'm
my ass
about to say,
out. Right? And I'm back to the fight.
in what world
Canelo
do
lost.
you jump up to the next level of boxing and you just automatically fight the champion?
When you become the super champion of your weight division. That normally lets you get a title shot in the next weight division, right? Now,
Yeah, but you normally don't just jump right in and fight that champion. You
no,
normally fight someone else.
normally you do. If you the super champion, like if you like Bud, he was a super champion at 147, which gave him a title shot at 154. Now, this is two weight divisions we're talking about, which is not unprecedented, but it doesn't happen. We're gonna be real, it doesn't happen. But at the same time, it's happened before. Like when you look at who beat Canelo, right? Who
Mhm.
beat Canelo got two losses on his record, right? One to a bigger fighter, okay? Straight up bigger fighter. Beaver was bigger than Canelo. Beaver was 6 feet and fights at 175. Canelo was fighting at 175, which is not his weight class. Canelo jumped himself to weight, okay? And then he got a loss to a smaller opponent, right? They was fighting at a catch weight, okay? So Canelo talked that shit about Floyd and said, I could beat you at 152. And Mayweather said, bet, meet me at 152. Canelo at that time was at 154, okay? So, but Canelo blows up to 170, 165 at that time, okay? So he lost to Mayweather. He didn't lose to Mayweather about punching power or none of that. He lost skills. And I guarantee Bud Crawford looked at it like, I got those same skills that can beat Canelo Alvarez.
Right, right. I get it, but still, he can look at it like that. But it's a different when you actually got to get in the ring and absorb punches and hang them
Mhm.
out. Bec- And
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
not sure that if you want to just jump and do that and run straight to the best person in that class without at least really paying your dues to some degree, I think that's very foolish of Bud Crawford to move like that. I think you got to be battle tested.
Yeah, it's
well,
dangerous territory.
that's why he took Masvidal off, which was Canelo's sparring partner.
And he didn't
Okay,
look great. He didn't even look great. He did not look great against
he
Martha.
did not. He did not. But he did win the fight, in
He
my
won the
opinion.
fight.
And in my opinion, if you could win that fight, that shows that you can at least be in the same ring with the guy that he spars with. that means you can be in the same ring with that guy.
Ah,
On
uh,
some level, not the whole level. The reason why I say on some level is because, like we always say, sparring is different
Yeah, it's
when it's
different
lights
than
camera
fighting.
action.
Yeah,
When it's lights
right?
camera action, it's much different from the sparring is much different from a fight.
yeah,
You
And
know,
Canelo would
so
take that serious. Let's be clear about that. Boots, he gonna take serious. He gonna come tip top shape, ready to roll. This ain't gonna be a spa.
yeah, yeah. I mean, my opinion is, I look at it like this: if I think Bud stands a decent chance against Canelo, I can't say that he wins that fight right now, but I can say that he definitely stands a good chance against Canelo, especially if you want to use your footwork, you want to box Canelo. You're not going to just try to go slug with him because Canelo likes to load up on his punches. So if your defense is sharp, if you got some real sharp defense, you can do a lot with Canelo. If you go back and look at Canelo versus Iris London Lara, I mean, that was a very close fight, you know? I think Canelo landed the heavier punches, but I think Lara controlled the pace of the fight. And you can do that with Canelo. Canelo and Bud is the same height, so it's not a big. It's just weight differential. It's not a height differential as far as size.
yeah.
I mean, I think that they're
Yeah. I mean, I
Oh,
hold on. Go back in.
yeah.
Wait,
I
get
think
that last
Bud.
part.
Yeah, I think Bud is more. Um, he fits a better space to fight somebody like a Canelo Alvarez. Not saying that he will be able to win, but like he could fight him. He could fight him. He could definitely fight him. We done had a lot of good talks today, fellas. It's getting near that 4 hour mark, so of course we about to go ahead and wrap this thing up. Uh, so before we go, okay, before we go, I want to ask you guys, before we go and get into the final thoughts, I want to ask you guys one thing, especially about the guy that fought today. Do you think Naoya Inoue should move up in weight after watching this fight today?
Yes, yes. I don't think he
Okay.
fought good enough to. Now, let me say this. I don't think he fought good enough to move up, but I think if he's trying to make noise, if I'm him, I'm moving up because I'm just trying to make a little bit of noise. And I want Tank. Tank is the
So
name. Tank is,
so
yeah.
you think do you think that he should move up to 120? He's at 122 right now. Takes at 135. They are a couple weight divisions apart. But do you think he should move up to 126?
I think he should move up to wherever Tank at. So if you got to go to 130 and catch him at 133, you at 130, whatever y'all at, do that. I think he needs to
Okay.
fight Tank though. If I'm in a way, I want Tank because they're similar fighters. They both got a lot of power. It'll be a big payday for both of them. Two different
Okay.
markets, two different communities. I just think that'll work. So if I'm in a way, I'm looking at Tank as an opponent, a worthy opponent, and somebody that I would want to fight.
Okay.
if I'm in a way, I'm looking at Tank as a worthy person for me to stay the heck away from. I'm telling you right now. I'm not jumping. I'm not adding 15 pounds of weight to my body, you know, just to get knocked out by Tank. No, I'm not doing it to myself. I would not advocate for you to do that anyway. If you jump anyway, jump up, a few pounds or something, a class up under Tank, so you can start to study a little bit more how to take this power punching that's going on, and you're going to reach a level to some other power punching. I might have you speaking in other Tank tongues and languages, things you never thought you say out your mouth. You get hit by Tank.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So I would suggest you stay away from that, man. You got some power. You good at your 28 no. But like I like to say, walk down on the giant. Don't run. Walk down on him.
Okay. 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 So I do want to get some final thoughts from you guys, man. Give me some final thoughts. One, I'm gonna give you a subject, and then you can finish out with whatever else you want to finish out with. Um, I want you to give me your final thoughts on the state of boxing right now. What do you think
Ooh.
boxing, where it is, or what it needs, or whatever whatever the state is you want to talk about? That's up to you.
I'm gonna say, um, a lot of people said boxing has finally made a comeback, right? Oh, boxing finally made a comeback. Boxing is finally interesting again. And I just want to tell y'all right now, don't call it a comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Boxing has still, it might not have been as interesting as it's been as we when we were coming up. But as you see, as the years have gone through and progressed of us coming up, there's only been certain fighters and that we can scream names to say, oh yeah, this guy, that guy, like the Bud Crawford we've been talking about, the Tank Davis. These guys have been around now for a few years, and these are the top tier guys now. We don't have a plethora of guys. This is not the 80s. This is not the early 90s. This is not that. This is a whole different era that we live in now. So for us to expect to see that level of competition that we seen coming up, or the competition before them, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to see that type anymore. So I think that the boxing has upped this level and these days. That's why I'm not going to call it a comeback, because we've seen stars that have risen not just from the ashes of Mayweather, but from the ashes of Canelo. Canelo's still around though. You got Benavidez, you got Crawford, you got Tank, you got all these other up and coming stars, Boots Ennis, um, Shanko, who's holding his belt and don't want to fight nobody. You know, you got these guys. You know, it's not a problem like I say of back in the day, but you got some names to call on. So I'm not going to call it a comeback. I'm going to say boxing is at a good state right now. I like the state that it's at right now, and I think it's just going to get better.
Yeah, I'm with
Okay.
Big Son on that. I feel like this is the best state boxing has been in a while. I feel like since the Roy Jones days,
Mm,
and the Zab Judah and Shane Mosley days, I feel like since then the Bernard Hopkins, De La Hoya days, and then
mm,
Pacquiao kind of took it over from there. And then Mayweather came kind of right after Pacquiao with his thing, and they was together for sure coming up, but really Pacquiao was dominant. At one point, Pacquiao was the biggest draw in boxing, whether people know that or not.
yeah, it
And
was.
I remember me going to fights to see Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest, and especially when the hood starts supporting you, and as a Filipino, yeah, you a big draw, baby. And the hood definitely was supporting Pacquiao. At a certain point in time, man, Pacquiao had this thing on lock. I'm gonna keep it real. And so I like that. I mean, I think that since then you had Floyd take it over, and now after the Floyd era, we really didn't know where boxing was gonna go. You know what I mean? We had the Deontay Wilder. He had his time, whether people like it or not, respect it or not. Deontay
Mm,
Wilder was at one point in time the biggest draw in boxing. You know
yes, it
what I'm
was.
saying? He had his time kind of right after the Floyd era a little bit. And, the Tyson Fury fights, I think, took a lot out of him. And so now this is where we are now with Tank coming, Floyd really introducing us to Tank on a national stage. Let's be clear about that. On a national stage, Floyd kind of packaged him up and gave us Tank. And so now that you have the Tanks and the Shakur Stevensons and the Boots Ennis and the Terrence Crawfords and the Earl Spence Juniors and all of this, I mean, it's a real plethora of talent if they start to fight each other. That's the key. You got to make some fights now. Now that y'all have built the brands of these fighters and you have an audience who is paying attention, now you have to give us a product that we can really drive on. I'm sorry, everybody wanted to see LeBron and Kobe play. Everybody wants to wish they could see Jordan and LeBron. Well, you guys are all on the same stage. You have a chance for us to see Magic versus Bird. It's a chance to see Brady versus Manning. You know, and so we all deserve that as the guys who are behind boxing, especially early in it. We deserve to see that. So y'all got the talent. Y'all have built the brands. Y'all really have built up these guys to really be household names that right on the cusp. But the thing that's gonna get the boxing over the hump, they got to make the fights. Yeah, and if somebody lose, take a couple losses on the record, so be it. Muhammad Ali went into fights knowing it's a possibility that record could be tarnished, but I have to take this risk to get boxing where we want it to go. And so y'all got to take that risk to get boxing where you want it to go. Boxing has a potential to be back to really what it was in the 70s. Why was it like that in the 70s? Because the boxers was fighting each other. That's why it was big like that. Sugar Ray Leonard, Marvin Hagler, two biggest names in boxing at the time. We about to get it in and go in this ring and get it in. Tommy Hearns and Marvin Hagler, two of the biggest names in boxing. They didn't say, oh, nah, man, I ain't trying to mess my record up, so I ain't fighting this dude. No.
Yep.
It's a war. It's a war. And y'all need to really start to carry it like that as a war. And then after it's all said and done, you can shake hands and be friends. But for right now, y'all need to fight. And so that's my state as far as the state of boxing right now.
Okay. So y'all can give me y'all final thoughts. You know, I think I appreciate you guys, and I'm gonna add my thought on the state of boxing with my final thoughts.
My final thoughts is I hope Doheny gets some rest and some good medicine and some good muscle relaxers because I've had my lower back when I was on the site. I was picking up I think it was like a 3/4 inch plywood, lifted that joint out the hole and didn't bend my knees or nothing, just leaned over the rail and tried to pick it up and my back snapped in the midst of it and I still just brought it up. But then when I'm talking about I was crawling out the bed in the morning, I was walking down the hallway on my tiptoes and hands on the wall trying to stop the pain. Like that's some painful stuff, bro. So man, I feel for the man. You know what I'm saying? He had to stop the fight because of that back pain, bro. That's some hurtful stuff. So I know if you felt what I felt, my heart go out to you, brother. That's my final thought.
I think it was a not a great showing for Inoue. This was our first score to fight off the early overseas fight, man. So I think that this was a wide success. I'm looking at the numbers now. We still got people online rocking with us now. Shout out to everybody that's rocking with us, man.
Sir, thank you.
Rocking with us all day, man. So I think that this was a wide success. I think it shows that maybe there is some juice with doing some early day fights, which for the other boxers, y'all should take notice. Maybe you should go and maybe early in the morning, 9, 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock outside, do some more outside fights and just do some different things, mix it up a little bit. So I think for us at Score to Fight, though, this was a great showing. This was a great showing. First fight overseas, first Inoue fight. First Inoue fight. We finally got a chance to see the phenom that they quote unquote says the phenom. And again, it wasn't the greatest showing. However, it is a good opportunity for us to really dive into another market and see what else they got to offer overseas and different and support them too. So shout out to that. The guy Doheny, right? I don't know what happened. They said he was injured. Could have been a vertebrae, whatever. If it was a vertebrae, it's justified, right? It's justified with him like not being able to go on because you can't fight like that. Period. You can't protect yourself. So I think that's justified. Yeah, you can't move, so you can't really protect yourself. So I think that's justified in them stopping the fight. If that's the case, if that is the injury, I would like to see a further injury report to dive into that more. But definitely from what we're saying now, that is the case. That was the injury. And so I think it was a justified win for Inoue. However, I think Inoue has to give us more because, again, I'm pretty sure this was probably one of his biggest draws. As far as fight wise, especially looking at our numbers a little bit, I can't see how he didn't do some form of American numbers here too. So again, My final thought is the Inoue fought. He fought a decent fight. He didn't fight a bad fight, but he didn't fight a great fight either. And so that's really my final thought on Inoue, and my final thought on just us doing the early show, doing the 7 a.m. y'all, 7 a.m. Us get
I
this.
was up at 6 this morning, baby, ready to go. After
7
going to sleep
a.m.
late last night. After
Hey, late
last
last
night.
night we get off till 1. Came
Yeah,
back
Yeah.
I
right at 7.
apologize for
Hey, we
last
put
night.
some
I felt
hours in it. As y'all gotta love it, fans. Come on now, man. Like, subscribe. We putting in work for y'all, man. Come
definitely,
on, man. Y'all gotta support the Nature Sports Podcast,
definitely,
man. You got to, man. Come on, man. It's
definitely.
1 o'clock to 7 in the morning. We're gonna be on tomorrow too. NFL first game of the season, man. Come on, man. Y'all got to show us some
No,
love.
that's Thursday.
And on Friday night, on
That's
Friday for
Thursday,
everyday parlay.
Yeah, everyday parlay. Come on,
Yeah.
man. We
bro.
putting in work for y'all. So come on back
Hey,
and give us what we deserve.
and it's a game on Friday.
And it's a game on Friday. So
So
we
it's a
probably
game.
doing that too.
It's a
So
game
come on,
Thursday and
y'all.
it's a game Friday.
Man, y'all
So
got to show us some love, man. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, whether it's on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, wherever you at, man. Go find a Nature Sports Podcast. Even if you just put it in your search box, it's going to come up. Man, show us some love, because we showing y'all love by bringing y'all all the good fights, all the good football games, man. Whatever we can do, we giving it to y'all. So, man, make sure y'all give it to us back.
Yes, y'all.
all right, so I'm gonna get into my final thought. So first, I'm first part of my final thought is gonna be about Naoya Inoue. He's a fighter that I am so happy that I got my brothers on early this morning to be able to see. It's a lot of fights that he's had that I would have loved for a lot of my other boxing fans to be able to see. Okay. So I feel like he's one of the most talented boxers in boxing right now. And he's a guy that fights frequent. He fights all the time. He's not, we'll be on again pretty soon, probably doing another Inoue fight because he fights frequent early in the morning. Okay. To me, he is one of the pound for pound top champions right now. He's a two-time undisputed champion, and he's a two-time undisputed champion for a reason. He's a great boxer. Okay. Today's showing, I felt like Doheny, whatever your name is, man, I felt like it was a bit of a dive at the time. Maybe his spine did clench up like Big Son say, but I mean, I just wasn't happy about that. I want top level fighters fighting top level opponents, like Robin's saying this whole time. I agree with what Robin's saying about we need to see the best fighting the best. This is what we're trying to bring to you on Score to Fight. This is why we do the pound for pound guys. This is why we do the top of the top fighters, because we're trying to put these good fights together and show you guys that this is what boxing is, you know, and which leads me into my state of boxing. The state of boxing right now, I think, is great. I think it's going to flourish and continue to flourish, but I think we need your guys' support. The real sports watchers, the bettors, everybody that's into these other sports, they should be into these combat sports as well, you know, and we should be doing a lot better numbers, not just on our podcast, but on the shows, on the events, on the pay-per-views, and all of that, because it is available for us to do so. Okay. So I really truly think that the state of boxing right now is in a great space. But I'm going to go back to what Rose said again, when the best got to fight the best. Lomachenko, Shakur Stevenson, Canelo Alvarez specifically, right?
Yeah.
You guys have had opportunities to fight the best. I'm going to add Brian Norman Jr. into that because from what my research has shown is that he was offered a deal to fight Jerron Boots Ennis for a unification battle, and he didn't necessarily take it. Okay, so you guys that are right there by the A list of fighters, you guys got to take those shots.
Gotcha.
You guys that are A-list fighters, you Canelo Alvarez's, you Shakur Stevenson's, you got to show your greatness, and that's why you on the A-list. You know, I think that right now the state of boxing is good, but it could be better. The one thing I respect about the guy that I usually don't speak about on this show anymore, Ryan Garcia, is that he seems to be ready to fight anybody. He'll fight your Tanks. He'll fight your Devin Haney's. He'll fight whoever. That's the warrior mentality that we all grew up in boxing, or at least we thought that that's what it was. Okay, so we gotta respect the sport as far as analysts, because I'm not getting in that ring and fighting these guys. So I can't tell you to go do what you go do this. Okay, what I can tell you that is that me analyzing the sport, I can see where you can get your legacy built in that space. I can tell you that this is the right fight for you because I've watched you grow into where you are now, not being in that ring, but okay, you're at this point, now you're at this point, now you're ready to go into world championship level, and now you're ready to go into elite class and prize fighter level. And now you're ready, now you have it all. You know, the person that I respect in boxing a lot is a Canelo Alvarez. Because Canelo did fight those fights early in his career, and now he's kind of playing the game where I can do what I want. But Canelo, to seal your career, you're not supposed to have asterisks on your marks, okay? To seal your career, you're supposed to be the guy that went out saying, I fought everybody, I beat everybody, even the guys that I lost to, I fought good fights, I put everything out there, and now I'm ready to walk away. Nobody can say anything. Okay, you got guys like Bernard Hopkins that got in that ring with anybody. You know, you got guys like Floyd Mayweather, whose resume says, I won't fight anybody unless they're already a champion and been proven in some kind of way, regardless if you're old or you're young. There's guys that did it their way, and everybody got to do it their way. The people that I like seeing right now, I do like seeing Jerron Boots and it's Be Hungry. I don't want you to jump steps because what you got is a clear path in front of you. When I see guys like Terrence Crawford, I look at it like he's basically done. Couple more fights, he riding off into the sunset. He got a lot of kids to take care of. They're great sportsmen, you know, they run track, wrestle, and all of this stuff, and you get a chance to be a great father to your kids and to build your legacy and build more of what you build, you know? But I see him chasing that. I see him chasing, okay, number one on the list of all time. That's what I would like to be. And how can I be that? I can go after this fight because this fight makes sense for that legacy, okay? For you guys that got the money, it ain't nothing to do now but fight for the legacy. Okay, when your kids taken care of, when you got enough money to take care of their colleges and you got enough money to make sure they get a car at 16 or pay for their prom or pay all your bills or mom ain't got to work no more because you got enough money to do that for them. You know, when you in that position, what else are you fighting for other than your legacy, other than your name? So when you get into that space, when you okay and you got everything, the businesses is set up. All of this you've done, all of that fighting you've done to get to that point, you don't have another reason to fight other than your legacy. Okay? And once you get into that point of fighting for legacy, you get to say,
Get some feedback.
I'm getting some feedback. I don't know if it's from Rose side. Is it my side? Yeah. All right, there we go. So I don't know if it's a legacy thing, okay, that you guys are fighting for at this point. I mean, you got the money. Literally, you give a regular hustler $100,000, $200,000, they could turn that into some millions, or they could turn that into whatever it is that they need to continue to sustain their lives. Y'all got millions. A lot of y'all. A lot of y'all signed at least a $1 million contract more than one time, so where after taxes, you then equated that million made in your bank account. You got the money. Fight for your legacy. Show these people that you are the great people that you say you are, okay? And I'm specifically talking about a lot of fighters, but right now, Shakur Stevenson, this is on your plate. Get that Tank fight, make the Tank fight, show people that you can beat him. I don't think Tank is at this point scared to fight anybody. He's ready to fight any contender that really got enough name, that got enough belt behind him. Okay? You got to have something to fight him for, right? If you want that legacy, be the Tank. Brian Norman Jr., you want to be the guy at 147, you want people to forget about Jerron Boots Ennis, fight him and beat him. Other than that, we're looking at clear trajectories for people. I want to do mention a couple young fighters. Jaleel Hackett from DC, of course. Abdullah Mason. Because these young fighters seem like they willing to fight who's in front of them and whoever is in front of them. If these older fighters keep staying in this space, these younger fighters going to come up and be ready and be hungry and say, you know what, we're going to take that fight. Even though I only got 14 fights, I can beat you and not be scared to do it. These younger fighters may take that throne. These Kermel Motons may take this throne from you guys, you know? So you guys got to seal your legacy while it's right here, while you're in your prime and while it's in front of you. Okay? So that is my final thought, especially on the state of boxing. I want to thank you people for enjoying this lovely Tuesday morning for the Naoya Inoue fight. He was victorious in the 7th round by TKO. And so thank you guys for subscribe, please. Before I go, I got to tell everybody, I need you guys to subscribe because we bringing you this content. We want you guys to stay informed, but we bring you this content and we got to be able to get something back from it. And what we want back right now is only a subscription. You know what I mean? We ain't asking you for no money. We ain't asking you to go out your way. We just ask you to press a button on the show that you enjoy and that you already probably going to watch anyway. If you hear you enjoying it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Come back to rock with us. We will be back, okay? Thursday. Excuse me. We will be back tomorrow for Workhorse Wednesday.
Workhorse.
We will be back. We will be back Thursday for NFL kickoff, okay? And we will be back Friday. I don't know if Friday's show is going to be everyday parlay mixed in with an NFL game, or if it's going to be a just everyday parlay, or if we're going to do everyday parlay NFL kickoff and NFL Friday everyday parlay. But best believe y'all got to come back for the rest of the week because we're going to keep giving you this live entertainment. And guess what? We are off Saturday, but Sunday is opening week.
Hey, that's right.
Sunday is opening week, and we need y'all to be here live
Opening
on
week
the network show. Because guess
Yes,
what?
sir.
This is Jaden Daniels' first NFL game.
debut.
So guess what? It seems like history is about to be made right now.
Yes.
Okay? So Dan Quinn takes over. We get to see what Adam Peters put on the field as far as staff and coaching and players. We get to see this defense with Joe Witt. We get to see what everybody been talking about in the offseason. We get to see if we a real threat and we going up against a good playoff team in the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Okay? So y'all got to come back with us all week, man. Live here on the Nature Network. This has been Point B. And I'm going to sign off, and I'm going to let my fella sign off after me today.
It's your boy Big Son. You already know what it is, man. Catch y'all on the next one.
ETA Row, tell your vet, see y'all tomorrow. Actually, they opening game. Workhorse Wednesday.
Workhorse Wednesday.
Workhorse.
Workhorse.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for rocking with us this morning, man. ETA Row signing off.